In 2016, a man in Miami got a phone call. He just sold his company for $550 million. He was done, retired at 45. And on the other end of the line, one of his scientists is telling him about an experiment. And the man hears something the entire industry had already agreed was impossible. He hangs up, quits his job, and writes a personal check for $50 million. Not to prove it could work, because everyone knew it couldn't.
And tonight's story runs from that phone call to one that hasn't happened yet. Somewhere on a 2-lane road in Wyoming, 60 miles past the last cell phone tower, someone's going to dial 911, and it's going to ring. Between those two calls, a $17 billion graveyard, a satellite the size of a house, a stock that went to $1.97, and a rocket that blew up 9 hours after the all-time high. This is AST Space Mobile, cell towers in space. Welcome to Wall Street Wildlife. Christoph, more than 3 billion people today can't get cellular broadband. Not because they can't afford a phone, because nobody built a tower where they live. Towers stop where the money stops, and the money stops about a mile past the last paying customer. That gap is the biggest unserved market on Earth.
So our listeners, right now, take out your phone. Look at the bars in the corner. That little icon is a map of civilization, if you really think about it. And it ends about a mile past the last profitable tower. Profitable being key here, which we'll get back to. For the next 20 minutes, imagine it stuck on zero. For 3 billion people, that's actually not an exercise. There is no little icon in the upper right of their phone. So, Badge, I'm really excited to talk to you today about AST Space Mobile. We've been working on this episode for a very long time. It's a really fascinating story, and there's so much to say, but this is exactly where it starts, right? Do you have a cell phone, and does it work?
And don't be intimidated. It's not an error. When you look at this episode on Spotify or on YouTube, you're going to see this is significantly longer than our normal podcast episode. It's by design. We are going to go super deep, super detailed. We're going to talk about the whole history of this company and really let the conversation breathe. We want to really understand AST Space Mobile. We're both shareholders. We want to understand this company that we own, and we want to do this with you.
All businesses, so we're an investing podcast, and all businesses really attempt to solve a problem. Right? No problem, no business. So what is this problem? What is this gap that AST Space Mobile is trying to solve? That's where we're starting with. And if you think about it, 90% of the Earth's surface has no cellular broadband. Take out a globe. It's mostly blue. It's mostly blue. If you're on a boat, you're not getting cell phone service. Many remote areas in the world. But I was surprised to learn that that the number is as high as it is, 90%. 25% of landmass is served by towers. So basically, not a lot. I mean, these cell towers are positioned in a few strategic places by the global telecommunication companies.
And what does that mean in the round? You've basically got over 3 billion people who can't access cellular broadband. Like, they can't use their phone. Maybe they don't have a phone because it doesn't work where they live. That's like a 3 billion people usage gap.
I think it's important here to paint a little nuance. There's, I believe, about 400 million people that have exactly zero coverage because it's just zero signal. The larger number, 3 billion, are people that are technically within a framework of getting some signal, but it's just not great. And there's all these other structural barriers to making it usable or feasible to use. So we're kind of putting all those people into this one big number. Because any way you slice it, right? If the planet has 8 billion people, and we're talking about about 3 billion of them having issues getting a reliable signal on which they could build their lives or be safe. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, and like a usage gap is, I don't know, I used to commute to work. If I'm on the train, I knew I wouldn't have signal for like 15 minutes of that journey, or my cell phone would start like burning its battery at warp speed. And I'd have to put it in like airplane mode or something for that bit. Otherwise, I'd have no battery when I got to work. Like, these are the practical problems we have of having like a patchy mobile network from our providers who are today are all terrestrial.
Right. So let's make this real, because there's a reason you and I are fascinated by this company. There's a reason why we're devoting this epic episode to this company. It's trying to solve a problem that I think goes beyond stats. It's not just numbers on the spreadsheet. In 2026, for many people, whether you have coverage or not determines the shape of your life in some ways. The important point is that coverage is geographic, not demographic. Whether you get coverage or not literally depends on where you live because of the structural limitations of whether there's a cell phone tower or not able to serve you. So like a lottery. So let's try to make this real for our listeners. What are some scenarios where depending on your life may or may not depend on whether you have cell phone coverage?
Well, let's take my example from the cold open. A family crashes their car on a 2-laner in Montana or Wyoming. No 911 for 60 miles. Over half of US wildfires recently burned through areas with unreliable or absent signal. Carrier maps, they might look good, but they show theoretical coverage, but not practical. So this isn't a developing world problem. This is like a Wyoming problem.
Yeah, and that reminds me, LA fires, you once have cell towers that work, then all of a sudden a fire breaks out, you no longer do. Or in Japan, earthquake strikes, all of a sudden no more coverage because of natural disaster stuff. Then you can think about more economic stuff. If you're in the developing country and you're a fisherman on a coast, whether or not there's a network of people that could tap into what you bought that day will determine the prices of your fish. So you add cell phone signals, you get more customers. You take them away, you have fewer customers. Like, prices go up, prices go down.
Let's take the Africa example, M-Pesa. I used to be an Airtel Africa shareholder. In Kenya, in 2007, Safaricom, who are one of the dominant providers in that part of the world, their mobile money offering, essentially banking with like text messages, cut money transfer costs to less than 30% of the postal bank alternative, and ended up banking millions of customers. Like, that mobile banking revolution was bounded exactly by where the cell phone signal stopped.
So for many people, maybe for us, we are used to thinking of cell phone signals as a privilege or a kind of a luxury, but we've kind of gotten used to it, right? We just get annoyed at, if we can't get a good signal, like a busy airport lounge or I mean, we complain quickly. I've had people complain quickly without a signal. But I think the fundamental point of this company is that the initial problem is not irritation. It's quite literally the difference between life and death for many, many people. And that's a huge problem that this company is trying to solve by trying to provide a signal that reaches everywhere on Earth.
And even if it's not about safety, like, it's an economic problem. Connectivity is economic infrastructure like roads. Every 10% more broadband buys a country, quite literally, like a point of GDP growth, real money. You've got 50 million Americans today who are smartphone only for internet. So that one group at $10 a month, like, that alone is a $2 billion a year business in one country.
Yeah, there's a lot of economic proof points about just how more valuable it is to have a signal than not. Uh, so for our listeners on YouTube who are now seeing this image of the United States lit up at night, you can literally see the zones of coverage and lack of coverage. And as you can expect, there's bright lights around the major cities. And then there's vast stretches, especially in the western United States, that look almost entirely pitch black. Now, what's interesting is we know that even if you're in a city, you're not necessarily getting good coverage because of tall buildings or towers that stop working or whatever. But just looking at the world's richest country with how much of the area is not covered is striking. So, given this massive geographical gap in signal, I went and watched a telecom documentary called When Wire Was King, The Transformation of Telecommunications. And we learn in this documentary that basically for 150 years since the invention of the telephone, whoever owned the wire owned communications. Even wireless was secretly wired. Every tower has a cable coming out the back. And there was a big legal fight that endured over many years in which essentially the AT&T conglomerate was a monopoly that was stifling innovation because they controlled the literal wire and there was no way for new competition to arise, and people were only given one choice, and it was going to be AT&T. And it's a fascinating story we'll return to at a separate point. At this juncture, it's maybe the most fascinating point is that the person who made this documentary about wire's reign now runs AST's regulatory strategy. In other words, the woman who was involved in the legal disputes about where wire goes, who controls it, sits at the very top of the chain and is trying to maneuver through all these endless regulations about how do we solve this problem of going beyond wire and extending telecommunications to everyone in a fair way.
Yeah, like award-winning documentarian, Georgetown telecom law professor, and author of the Spectrum Wars book you mentioned, is Jennifer Manner, and she's today the SVP of Regulatory Affairs at AST Spacemobile. So the woman who made the documentary about telecom's history is now writing its next chapter. And we're going to come back to that. We're going to go deep on who the people are in ASTS in this extended episode.
Yes. So, Badge, I think the opening gambit is this. Connectivity today is a necessity. And I don't know. I don't know if this sounds like a stretch when I say it is now comparable to water, electricity, and housing. Do you buy that? Do you buy that kind of urgency?
Yeah, for real, I do. Like I was about to move house because I couldn't get full fiber to the premises where I live, and now finally I got it installed a few months ago, and I don't have to like wrangle with like crappy regular broadband. And if I'm traveling, like my standard Airbnb like search criteria is their Wi-Fi, right? Yeah, 100%. It's incredibly important to how I live my life.
Right. And I'm sorry for being redundant, but yes, you check into a new Airbnb. The very first thing we in the Western world do is look for the Wi-Fi and password. Many of us are addicts to our phone, and, we're just, we just need the latest, right? It's a kind of, that's fine. But I really want to emphasize that I think the story, and why we're talking about the story, is there's a really higher level of, dare I say, ethical consideration here for the billions of people who literally are living a very different kind of life still in 2026. And it's merely because they happen to live in a particular geographical region that has proven to be uneconomical to build a cell tower nearby. And so you can't convince any business logically to put a cell tower in a place with, say, too few people, where that cell tower would be a losing proposition, right? The maintenance of it, the people required to build it, right? That all costs money. And if you only have so many people living there, it's fiduciary negligence in many ways, right? It's bad for business, so it's not going to be done. But then you add on top of that all of the stuff we talked about, the earthquakes and the bad things. It becomes a necessity. And so as we were prepping for this, I was really trying to take to heart the argument against wanting coverage on the planet everywhere. And it seems, I don't know, I can't get beyond this point, Luke, where I think, you know what? How many times am I really in a rural area? Or how many times does an earthquake strike? Or how many times, am I inconvenienced by really, really poor signal? And the true answer, at least for me, is not very often. But when it does happen, it's incredibly noticeable. And for the people whose lives are shaped around its lack, it's like not having electricity.
Yeah. And it is a safety issue. Like if you're a parent and your kids are going off on their first road trip, or, they've gone to a festival and there's like a disaster, a natural disaster happens. You live in America, like a mass shooting, right? You don't want your kids' lack of like a $10 like satellite mobile subscription to stop them like phoning home, being safe, and like, being able to get out of the area in a smart way.
So that's the problem. Here's the strange thing. This problem has been known now for many, many years. There's been many companies that have tried to provide a solution to this, which takes us to our second segment called the graveyard.
So Christoph, we've described the problem, what we're calling the gap, the economic and the safety issue that comes from having patchy mobile connectivity when you're in like a rural location. In this extended episode, we're really going to cover this company and the whole like mobile connectivity space in some detail. So just to signpost where our conversation is going to go today, we want to talk about the history of space, like the litany of failures that came before ASTS. We're going to go deep on the founder and CEO, Abel. Plus, we're going to talk about his team. Who are the people, including Jennifer Manner, that we had headlined earlier? We want to talk about the science of mobile comms and the satellites themselves, really revolutionary bits of equipment, the size of football fields that are up in the heavens right now. But we're going to talk about the business too. Who are the competition? What's like the big fight around spectrum that's happening right now?
And badge, in case you're a Star Wars fan, we're going to talk about something called the Spectrum Wars, which is kind of a direct analogy to fighting over who gets to control things from space. And it's a kind of war, a bidding war, and it's massive. As well, of course, as there's got to be money in this, right? This is an investing podcast. This is a public company. This is now, as you know better than anyone, a very heated and very, very lucrative money-making endeavor, for better or worse. And we're going to hit you with some bull versus bear takes, because this story is very far from obvious or over. It's changing incredibly quickly. Who knows what's going to happen? We got to lay out the bull case, the bear case, and the risks involved.
And we got real skin in the game. Like, we're both owners of ASTS. And this conversation's going to help me, as it always does when I get on a call with you, Christoph. It's going to help me understand my own investment better.
And maybe a little bit of a disclaimer. I started following this company years ago, 2 years ago, because on X and other social media places, there is a really intense and dedicated community called affectionately who self-style themselves the Space Mob, who have done immense amounts of research on this company, from the engineering aspects to the regulatory aspects to the investing aspects. And what I want to say up front is that a lot of our research is a kind of conglomeration of so many different funnels and sources coming from multiple sides around this company. And simultaneously, that because things are changing so quickly, because things can get extremely technical, we are not proclaiming ourselves as experts here. We are more than anything else trying to give a lay listener a on-ramp to this company, and we invite corrections and missed points and things that ought to have been said but weren't said, so that this document or this conversation really allows more people to understand what's happening here and this revolutionary point in time.
And there's a thing. Christoph's built a thing to go as a partner with the podcast. So when we launch this, there's a website you can go browse. It's collected all of our detailed research. Like, read the story for yourself, and there's links out to a whole bunch of other resources. It's a really good starting point if you're really trying to get your head around ASTS and potentially be an owner too.
Right. And we're going to post that link on our Patreon website at patreon.com/Wall Street Wildlife. And it's going to be in one of the lounges where we'll make it very clear. Anyone interested in the documents and the visuals and all the side links can go and read the story beyond just listening to it here.
All right, Christoph, are you ready to get into the graveyard? Have you got your holy symbol at hand?
I love spending me some time amongst the dead.
All of these corpses in our graveyard, they all had real technology, real partners. They had business models, but they just couldn't make them work. And ASTS is on that chart too. They're not generating like big profits yet. They're barely revenue making right now. They're burning a tombstone sliver. And I guess in this story today, we're going to explore whether that little tombstone will grow into like another entry in the graveyard, or maybe the corpse rises and walks once more.
All right, Badge. So welcome to the graveyard, the segment of the show we're affectionately filling with lots of doom and gloom, because this is a big problem. There's immense money to be made. And unfortunately, nobody has been able to figure this out. In fact, the story really is pretty tragic. 5 companies tried the satellite to phone solution before AST. So to make it clear what we're talking about when I say just those words, if the limitation is that you can't put cell phone towers everywhere on the planet, literally, and if without a tower you can't get a signal because it's either geographically impossible, like on water, or economically stupid, then you have all these gaps. And the only solution is to try to get a satellite up in space that beams down signal that then covers all of these gaps. That's not that hard, I guess, to imagine as a solution, right? Especially once rockets became a thing and satellites started being launched into space. However, here's the bad news, Badge. 5 companies tried this. It cost them $17 billion in the attempt. And how many succeeded?
If you're on the YouTube, so looking through a big zero.
Big fat zero, 5 big bankruptcies. That's a lot of money. And so if you're thinking about it from an investing standpoint or from a capitalist standpoint, you say to the next VC, hey, Badge, I got a good idea. Let's throw some satellites up into space. And like, yeah, buddy. And what's the track record on that? Not great. so no check for you. But let's go through some of the specifics. In 1999, a company called Iridium said, let's do this thing, and invested $5 billion. And their solution was actually, I don't know if it's clever, it's maybe the obvious one. Let's invent a handset that has a very, very strong antenna in order to be able to pick up the cell phone signal from up high. As I was saying that, obviously this is getting into some science. We'll cover the science of all this later in the episode. But for now, if you look at this image, you can see what one of these monstrous Iridium 9500 brick phones looked like. It's like $3,000 in 1998 money, and it's this enormous, hideous monstrosity of a phone. The what's it called? The antenna is like the size of looks like the size of the body.
And let's put a pin in Iridium because we're going to come back to it at the back of this segment.
Yes, something interesting has in fact happened with Iridium. But what Iridium learned was that the idea is good, right? You can launch a product that technically connects and does the space cell tower thing, but the cost is going to be high. It was like $3 to $7 per minute for the calls. And after some time of being out on the market, they had 10,000 subscribers. So economically, a failure. There's just not enough people that are going to be willing to go out and buy a monstrous piece of hardware in order to have cell phone coverage everywhere. And so the assets were sold off for a pittance of about $25 million. What was the lesson for AST from this?
Well, a big one is forcing their customers to buy new hardware to be able to use the service. Like maybe that makes sense if like the hardware is some giant thing in a data center and that customer's paying like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. But if the customer needs to buy like a $3,000 brick, which they then got to carry around with them alongside their regular smartphone, and you're only earning $3 to $7 per minute when the customer's using that thing, well, that's not a great business.
No. Side note that's kind of fascinating about Iridium is, as I was researching this, I learned about something called the Iridium flare. Did you come across this? Did you know about this?
I did not.
Yeah, so in which you can see that the way the satellites were constructed in the sky, it was known by engineers and physicists that at certain angles, when the sun rays would hit the antenna or the physical infrastructure of the satellite, it would really glow very brightly, and you could trace it across the sky like almost like a UFO, which people then made, all the astrophysicist nerds would get around the campfire and like plan evening outings to watch these iridium flares go down. For better and worse, because there's some unhappy campers in the astronomy circles that don't like their sky being polluted with bright shining metal objects. So that's something we'll return to later in the episode. But fascinating little bit of history. Iridium blew up and became a flare in many senses of the word. Second, a competitor up on stage, maybe not chronologically, but in 2002, Global Star burned about $3.8 billion, fell into the same proprietary handset trap, tried to make a unit that was exclusive, made 48 satellites, was not able to capture market. Interestingly, they survive today and they power the Apple Emergency SOS agreement that they're kind of, well, let me pause and say, have you ever noticed, oh wait, you're not an Apple iPhone user, but yes, I've noticed that sometimes when I'm out of signal, the little SOS label shows up on top of my phone, allowing me to send a text message. I was like, huh, that's cool. How does this work? Well, that's one of the remaining pieces of the puzzle for Global Star. Didn't hit the big goal, but a little piece of the puzzle you could see was instituted.
Is there a lesson for ASTS in that failure?
Yeah, that as a business, as a large business, the niche market, which in this case is SOS rescue, is still not enough to defend an entire conglomerate of space satellites.
Should we wind back the clock? So 2000, there was a company called ICO Global, and they burnt $3 billion. You might have heard of Inmarsat, so they were a spin out from those guys. They raised $3 billion, but unfortunately they went bankrupt before they even launched a service.
And this is another lesson that I guess every VC knows, is that even if you have a massive amount of money, capital, that does not mean the story is going to work out. That's incredibly important. And this is why this, as an investment, remains risky, because execution matters and it's not guaranteed.
Should I tell you about TerraStar? 2010, barely $1.4 billion. So that's a cheap failure compared to the others. So at the time, they built the then largest commercial satellite and a dual mode phone that nobody bought. So what's your lesson there?
Goodness. The ecosystem badge is the product. It's not enough to have a solution that works for some people which requires, let's say, very expensive equipment. It's kind of the way I understand this, and correct me if I'm wrong, or our listeners could correct me if I'm wrong. This is bordering on the network effect thing. Like we could come up with a better Facebook, but we're not going to beat Facebook because there's no ecosystem for us to start with. So it's just not going to fly.
And you want to bring the graveyard home with Light Squared, which is quite interesting.
Okay, so the last and important casualty in the graveyard is Light Squared, which became Legato. And the big problem here was that the way they were beaming down space signals interfered with GPS signals. We'll talk about that again in the science department. But when you start interfering with GPS signals, badge, you start interfering with the military and with aviation and with all kinds of agricultural products. And basically the FCC, the big regulatory body, said, no. We don't care that you get your cell phones working. If you're messing with all these other things, too important. And so they revoked essentially their right, Legato's right to use the spectrum. Now, there's a major plot twist here, is because after the company went defunct for these regulatory reasons, AST has, as of today, agreed to buy Legato's L-band spectrum. We'll talk about what that means, but it's a massive key in the thesis. They're trying to resurrect they're obviously not trying to resurrect the problem. AST has figured out technically how to use the particular signal that the spectrum that Legato owns, with their better technology today. That court case that acquisition is pending. So more on that in the future segment. So, badge, if you tally all this up, you can see $5 billion for Iridium, $3 billion for ICO, $3.8 billion for Global Star, $1.4 for TerraStar, $4 billion for Light Squared, Legato, and now you have AST at the moment totaling around $342 million in losses. So still insignificant compared to the others, but this is a cash incinerating project.
Yeah, it's a brutal segment to try and build a business in. And let's not forget, like the y-axis in this chart, this is like money burned. And all of these corpses in our graveyard, they all had real technology, real partners. They had business models. They just couldn't make them work. And ASTS is on that chart too. They're not generating like big profits yet. They're barely revenue making right now. They're burning a tombstone sliver. And I guess in this story today, we're going to explore whether that little tombstone will grow into like another entry in the graveyard, or maybe the corpse rises and walks once more.
Now, what's also fascinating about this is, you're a company trying to build a new thing, a new way of communicating. That's a massive undertaking. In the history of these kinds of revolutions, it's fascinating to me how many times the big analysts have been completely wrong about what the future will be like. A famous example, wasn't it, what's his name, Steve Ballmer from Microsoft, saying the internet's going to be just a passing fad. Nobody's going to really use this thing. There was also an analyst from AT&T who asked McKinsey, how many cell phones will there be by the year 2000? The answer was, about 900,000. What was the real number?
Apparently, back then, 740 million. So McKinsey got it pretty wrong.
Yeah, by orders of magnitude that are wild. So anybody that right now is skeptical and is saying, but who needs satellite service, really might be off by orders of magnitude, because these kinds of paradigm shifts really are hard to understand and predict. So having spent 15 minutes with you now, Badge, in the graveyard, what are the lessons? There must be some lessons, right? We're not here to have a good time, right? I'll say, to me, it seems like the very first and most important one is that a special phone that nobody wants is a proprietary trap. You just aren't going to sell a fancy thing that makes you a weirdo walking around and that you have to buy and you have to, do a special thing. It's just not going to happen.
And then I guess the other trap is the spectrum trap. So like all of these companies in the graveyard, they all bought expensive, dedicated spectrum. And we're going to talk about what spectrum is later today. But then they had to build demand from zero to pay for that spectrum. And it's not cheap. It's really expensive.
So think of it this way. These companies built or were attempting to build parallel ecosystems to compete against cellular by requiring fancy new gadgets. And so that didn't work. And the big twist here is perhaps, or the big lesson is, what would happen if you weren't trying to compete with the existing ecosystems? What if you tried to work with the competing ecosystems?
Yeah, so $17 billion of failure. And there is an uncomfortable parallel, like ASTS has lost $342 million last year. But every one of those corpses had real technology and real partnerships before bankruptcy. Like, hold that thought, because we are going to come back to it as we start to understand ASTS's business model in more detail.
Now, here's the interesting thing, though. We tried to explain why some of these companies died, why they went bankrupt, and yet there's another parallel track here. I mentioned that Global Star is still in use with Apple's SOS service. So there's something still valuable, even though the business died. And very, very recently, the first company we talked about, Iridium, something fascinating happened. They went bankrupt way back when, but as a Rocket Lab shareholder, Badge, Tell us what Rocket Lab did recently.
Yeah, like just literally weeks ago, end of June 2026, Rocket Lab agreed to buy iridium, like that iridium from the graveyard, for $8 billion. So the company went bankrupt in 99. It like fire sold its assets for $25 million, and now it's being acquired for 320 times that price. And what are Rocket Lab buying? Well, they're buying Iridium's 66 low Earth orbit satellites, its global network, but most importantly, they're buying the L-band spectrum that Iridium owned.
And so, again, we'll talk about spectrum in the science portion, but in this context, here's what that means. Our most famous corpse just sold for $8 billion. The satellite to phone thesis badge is buried because iridium is now so valuable that a hot new space company pays a fortune for the bones, right? Spectrum Constellation Network. It kind of vindicates the whole space connectivity bet, and it stands up a new vertically integrated rival that has launched factory constellation spectrum right in ASTS's neighborhood. So this is kind of what we're trying to say, that Iridium was right about the technology, but wrong about the decade in which they existed. And their comeback took about 25 years.
Yeah, like for 20 years, that old Iridium set of satellites, they caught the sun so precisely that, as you said, their flares became a stargazing hobby. People planned their evenings around watching $5 billion of failure glint across the sky. The graveyard literally glowed. And then Abel Avilan got a phone call.
He quits. He writes a personal check for $50 million, a tenth of everything he just made. And the industry, meanwhile, in this moment is saying, no, this isn't a hard problem. This is an impossible problem that you're trying to solve. So, Badge, we're exiting the graveyard and we're listening to a phone call. Picture this. Abel Avilan is 45 years old and he just sold the company he himself personally bootstrapped from $50,000, selling it for about $550 million. He's 10 months now into a comfortable executive seat at the choir, the hard part of his life officially over, minding his own business, and he gets a call from one of his scientists beep, 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 about some quote-unquote experiments. This is a light bulb moment. The scientist tells him, we could use satellites in space to connect cell phones on Earth without requiring anything on the ground. I knew we had to do it, Abel says. He quits. He writes a personal check for $50 million, a tenth of everything he just made. And the industry, meanwhile, in this moment is saying, no, this isn't a hard problem. This is an impossible problem that you're trying to solve. So as a frame for who this guy is, I think immediately we got to think, he's a maverick. That's the word, right? You use for somebody that tries to do something that others say cannot be done and risks his own personal well-being on the outcome. This is a kind of founder, right? This is a kind of person. And really, truly, one of the things that makes being an investor in ASTS, I think, so exciting and so rewarding is because we know that the guy heading this ship is fighting the fight, walking the walk, his own damn self. So let me get just a couple of specifics out there. $50 million of his own money, but also takes no salary. and controls 71.6% of the vote by design, obviously. So he can't be removed. The company can't be taken over. This is the kind of founder, in our experience, right? If you could get some of these qualities that end up being some of the most potentially successful in the world because they're driven by something beyond money.
Yeah, like any founder that has such a controlling interest over their company, like that can cut two ways as a shareholder. Like if you feel the leader is taking the company in the wrong direction, like bad luck, buddy, you can't do anything about it. But it cuts a good way too, because if that founder has a vision, they're laser focused on it, especially when they've got a ton of their own net worth invested. Like your incentives as a shareholder are well aligned with the founder. So you want their ability to like knock down doors, blast through walls, and just make it happen.
And in some ways, I mean, the CEO of the day over the decade is along these lines is Musk, and for better or worse, we understand why. Musk single-handedly, I would say, willed Tesla into existence, sometimes by feats of staggering endurance and determination and outright insanity sometimes, right? SpaceX was down to their last launch, right? Tesla was down to their last however many millions with the ramp not going quickly enough. And it was his maniacal determination and skin in the game that kind of got things to where they are now. Interestingly, I don't think Abel Avellan is, as a character, anything remotely like Musk. In fact, he's the exact opposite, which is important to name. We're recording this badge early in ASTS's narrative arc. We don't know what this story will look like 10 years from now, right? Tesla's been going at it since 2008, even before that, right? So we have something to map Musk onto. Abel, meanwhile, is, I don't know if notoriously reclusive, but he plays a very, very different game. He's certainly not a political commentator. He's certainly not a provocateur. He doesn't grant many interviews. From my own research's standpoint, he's kind of a little bit of a mystery figure. I'm not trying to make him like into a dark cloaked figure, but he kind of just does things through his science, through his investing, and then waits for the results to show up or not. That's the quality of his, that it shows he's in the factory, getting his own fingernails dirty, being involved in all steps of the process. Abel out in the field in April of 2023, taking the first ever space-based voice call on an unmodified smartphone from Midland, Texas to Rakuten team in Japan. Out there in the field, there's our man, like saying, holy cow, we did it, right? We solved this problem.
So don't jump to solving the problem. Let's explore like the trajectory of Abel Avellan's life. Like take us on the arc. Where did he really start?
So, Badge, this is a classic immigrant story. Born in Venezuela, studies electrical engineering in Caracas, and then makes his way up the ranks, hands-on learning, installing satellite antennas in Africa, in embassies, and trying to basically bring remote networks together. So he had a first-hand view of what happens when you connect a country to the internet. Then he moves to Ericsson in Sweden, and then to the United States in about the mid-90s. So he's an engineer by trade and an engineer by career experience.
So he's gone from Venezuelan roots. He's now in Miami. It's like the year 2000. And he founds his first company, EMC, Emerging Market Communications, with that $50,000 seed you mentioned.
Yeah, so, this is where we could get a little bit soap opera dramatic-ish. he's, in the few bits of lore we have about him, I don't know how apocryphal this is, but it seems to make sense. It's like he's got 50 grand in his pocket. He's living in Miami, but his wife is pregnant, and, pressure. There's pressure. You don't have much room to maneuver. And so he does this crazy thing. He starts over. He says, I've been gaining skills, I've been doing this and that, but I have an idea, and it's going to cost him $50,000 of his own money to try to implement. So, character-wise, he's willing to take risky bets. Yeah, so Badge, what is it that his $50,000 grows into? For our purposes here, all we need to know is that this company basically began small-ish and grew into a satellite communications company for Africa, for the Middle East, for cruise ships, for cargo. Its customers were the Department of Defense, State Department, the UN, and it became one of the largest satellite capacity users in the world. So he started working on this problem a long time ago. How do we connect lots of moving entities to signals? 50,000 to 550 million, the proof is in the market fit, right? Like, as an engineer, he was solving a difficult problem, and obviously he was able to solve it. You don't sell a company for $550 million if it's not valuable somehow to many people or many entities.
So it's 2016. Abel's just banked his share of the $500 million. And you say he could put his feet up, he could go live on a beach very happily for the rest of his life, I'm sure. But then he gets that phone call, like the scene we opened this segment of the show with, from one of his scientists, that light bulb.
Right. And I mean, it really is good to try to feel this. You're coasting on the beach, so to speak. You think there's this impossible problem. A scientist calls you and say, we figured it out, right? We think that what's impossible, now we're calling totally possible. What do? Well, if you're able, you stealthily take 50 million of your own money. So what is that, 1/10 of his payout? Although that payout, by the way, side note, it's not like he got all that money from selling the company, but suffice it to say, he had a lot in the bank, or enough, and yet he still took 50 million of that, about 1/10 of the proceeds, right? And says, okay, if my science guy tells me there's a way, I want to do this. I want to try to make this thing go. And so he takes the 50 million and starts hiring back some of his old EMC team. These kinds of connections, built over 15 years are irreplaceable. And then he also buys a small satellite, small Lithuanian satellite maker called Nano Avionics, which later became divested in 2022, and becomes a co-inventor on 21 U.S. patents. So this is where he's putting his engineering know-how to use. Fun fact, Badge, ASTS currently has approximately 3,900 patents and patent pending claims today. So this is really, truly a innovative engineering beast that whose DNA lay with Abel in saying, oh, it's an engineering problem. The engineering problem can be fixed. I'm going to take $50 million. I'm going to hire people I already trust that I know are also really brilliant engineers. And let's see if we could actually do this thing.
But if you're starting a startup, it's not that smart to fund everything with your own money. If you've really got a compelling vision, you need to get investors on board. You need to start risking other people's capital. So tell us about that first check that got written to him.
So this is interesting. There's a little Venezuelan contingency here. There's another famous emigre from Venezuela, Adriana Cisneros. This is part of the AST lore, where she's this heiress to a fortune, and she's got all these connections. She's a brilliant mind. She studies in Colombia, does journalism, and also wants to work on difficult problems that make the world a better place. So Abel, calls her, says, "Hey, you have I'm looking to raise 800 million. What do you got?" They meet for coffee. Lore has it they talked for 15 minutes, and it was evident from love at first sight in the business sense that they became partners. And she's like, "Oh my God, if it's physically doable and you're backing it with 50 million of your own money, I'm going to pitch it in." And she didn't have the 800 million for him, nor did she have 400 million, but she did have, if I remember correctly, 10 or 15 million, which is proof of point. And now all of a sudden you have a little bit of the Venezuelan immigrants versus the world kind of thing happening, which leads naturally to, okay, you have real capital on the line. You have people willing to bet big on this. How can we take this presentation? Where do we take this presentation? And obviously that next gets you to the big investing rounds. Tell us about some of those.
Yeah, well, I suppose let's fast forward the clock to March 2020. And that's their $110 million Series B, interestingly led by Vodafone and Rakuten, who are like major players in the telecom space. Plus, we had Samsung coming in on that deal, American Tower, Cisneros, and a name that we'll come back to later in today's conversation, the banker who structured it all, Scott Wisniewski of Barclays. He's going to matter later in our story.
That's right. That's a Polish name that, like my own, gets butchered in many different ways. In the proper Polish accent, it would be Wisniewski, but yeah. But yes, there's a big banker involved, and I don't think it's spoiling too many things at this point, Badge. But when we look at public investments in AST at the moment, Google is one of the biggest. And so eventually, I think for us, the point being is that this guy has an idea, he has money, and he sells his story. And you start with a little pile of money, and the story is so compelling that now the initial investments start growing from major institutions.
And that's really where the private market story ends and the public market story begins, because they came to market through a SPAC under the ticker ASTS in April 2021.
Here's the problem, Badge. The markets are not rational. And what ends up happening from the time they enter the public markets to where we are now is that the initial slope was down, and down badly. The technology, what's interesting is that the technology kept advancing, and they were getting more and more proof points, about which we'll tell you more about later. But meanwhile, at one point, the stock was down, way down, in early April to $1.97 from a much higher beginning as the technology was improving. So we're calling these the dark years, because it's very much the case that you just had doubters. You continue to have people saying, no, it doesn't work. And then there's ways that the market hates uncertainty and would punish the stock mercilessly. For example, as one example, September 15th, 2022, one of these analysts from Carisdale Capital calls AST uninvestable because, quote unquote, the antenna would shake itself apart, it would melt in space, so on and so forth. And so think about it. You're an investor, normal person, happen to hitch a ride on this story, right? You get interested in this and you hear one of these reports. It's terrifying to hear like, no, this thing won't work. And so it's a brutal journey. I do remember this part of it. I was already studying AST, and these kinds of things completely freaked me out and made me turn my cheek the other way. I was not one of these early investors around these low points because it was scary to hear something is uninvestable.
And let's not forget the context of 2022. Like, if you were a growth investor, the ass was falling out of the market. Valuations have been crazy for these like tech pro companies way through 2020, 2021. Things are slowing down. But 2022, it got really ugly for growth investors. And so that was not a great context to have like a baby fledgling public company in this sector.
And so our larger context here is trying to paint a picture of the founder and why, to me, to us, he's a really crucial piece of this story. He's a fighter and he's got his own skin in the game, and I'm trying to portray him as truly dedicated visionary. Dark times are where you prove your mettle, right? So back to that short report that I talked about earlier, quote, AST says Kerrisdale is a wildly risky science project that has no business literally being public. Its engineering, quote, infantile and, quote, destined to fail. Now, what would Musk have said? Or not just Musk, but what would, when CEOs get pointed, get attacked so mercilessly after investing so much of their life, that hurts, right? That would be an attack on your company and your personhood. How did Abel respond? This is what's fascinating to me. No rebuttal, no press war, no angry letter. What he did instead was 7 months later, launched the Blue Walker 3 satellite, which actually places the first space-based two-way voice call to an unmodified phone and is the first 5G call later that September. So he basically treats the short report as noise and launches satellites as his reply. Every earnings call that I've listened to him speak, he reframes that kind of doubt as a kind of vindication. And, he says things like the continued execution of a vision once considered impossible is what AST is doing. So this is, I don't know, Badge. I love having him as the captain of this ship. I'm going to get honest execution and no jibber jabber in the face of seemingly impossible odds.
And you mentioned it, but I think we need to come back to this. Like, he's taking no salary, $0 as pay from this company. Like, sure, he's got 20% of like the economic interest. And if you really like Abel and like the founder story, it's to your favor that he has 71% controlling vote over the company. But you've got like the king and the key man risk. Like, these two things have to go hand in hand. It can cut both ways.
That's right, Badge. The no salary thing is a signal. When you have multi millions in your bank account, I don't know. I'm not sure that's how I would keep track. Though, interestingly, side note, the Iron Brothers, another company that I hold, have recently received this really exorbitant salary package. It's interesting to hold both of these styles together. Those guys are saying, basically on record, we want to be the wealthiest people in Australia. Abel, on the other hand, is saying something very different. He's saying, I think, through his actions, access to knowledge and information is a human right. And I'm going to put my money and the way I get paid and compensated on the line to try to make this into a project that is about way more than me as a CEO. I've already solved that problem. I made myself filthy rich. Now it's about getting the money, the capital in the best places possible, which is working for the company. And that's how he talks. That's kind of he talks, when you listen to him, in terms of patents, and in terms of visions, and in terms of launches executed and engineering problems solved. So he does have a little bit of that Steve Jobsian sort of product first mentality, which to me is another inspiring thing.
But here's the thing about a company that is one man. It can't be. Somebody's got to fund it, build it, fly it, and sell it. And the people who signed up are a stranger cast than any writer's room might allow. We already told you about the media heiress with 15 minutes and a coffee, but there's also a banker who quit to join his own pitch book, a scientist with a huge founding stake, and a billionaire who walked out of a morgue in Kobe. Meet the ensemble.
All right, Badge. Scott Wisniewski is kind of the most prominent face of this company. He's the guy that's at conferences. He's interacting with folks on X. And he has a very curious past because he was the guy that was involved in a lot of the early funding rounds for $110 million back in 2019, 2020. Then there's the SPAC. But something bankers rarely do is join their clients. But the story becomes so engaging, as far as I could tell from the lore, that he's seeing what this company is becoming, and he actually does just that. He quits being the banker and says, no, I'm actually going to join AST Space Mobile. And from here on in, he's kind of like the financier who also knows all of the engineering bits, and he's always fired up. He's the biggest bull, ASTS bull, and he's the guy that basically is looking way out into the many years and telling the narrative in the sort of Muskian way, if I could call it that, about the immense potential here, that he's walking the walk. He didn't have to quit his cushy banking job to take on this risk edge case in satellite engineering, but here we are. So he's got obviously a lot of money also riding on this, and he has been selling at healthy chunks at lofty prices. But all in all, he's the guy that's looking at the numbers, as anybody, better than anybody, and he's saying the risk is worth the potential reward.
It's quite interesting, right? Because you've got this highly technical founder whose name is all over, like patents, like his arms deep in the actual technology. And in a company like that, you'll often see like a pure business person as essentially like the number two, and that's like a good partnership. But you've got Scott here, who's, almost as versed in the technology as Abel.
Yeah, very much so. But also, the PR of this. We forget that, and maybe this is why we're doing this episode, we forget that a business, especially in these early incubation periods, benefits immensely when it gains momentum in the story and a higher stock price in order to do better capital raises, right? So this is not just as not mere narrative, as Daniel would say, right? The narrative matters. And Scott, for example, is one of the top suits that is on board and saying, let's get this massive fan base we've accumulated and let's fly them out to see one of the launches, and let's actually build a community around this thing. And so, from banking to AST to a public face telling the story, he's the kind of guy that's the PR, in many ways, the PR branch of AST. So, Badge, tell us about a scientist, the chief technology officer, Dr. Yao.
So you got these like technologists at the top of the company. And if I take us down into like the detail of the company, it's still a technology story. Like their chief technology officer is a guy called Dr. Huiyuan Yao. From Beijing Institute of Technology, PhD in electronic physics at the University of Maryland. Like the guy's got 30 years in communications satellites. Senior director of commercial payloads at Orbital, later Northrop Grumman. This guy's a serious player, major contributor to 40 communication satellites, author of 55 technical papers, 25 personal patents. Like his blueprint is all over this industry, and he's like the person in AST who makes the impossible antenna actually fly. All of his comp is tied to actually putting satellites in orbit and, crucially, like making the phone call happen that proves that this technology is real. He gets paid like a scientist. Like he gets paid a couple of $100,000 with like bonuses tied to certain technical milestones. But don't feel too sorry for Dr. Yao, because he's got a huge founding stake, nearly or over 500,000 vested pre-IPO options from the private area. That's like old school equity. That today, by my money, that's worth about $30 million. So like his personal incentives are very much tied to the technical success of this company.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that when you look at the actual SEC proxy filing, it says like your bonus is literally tied to quote unquote the related phone call. So yeah, you could launch the satellite, right? But unless it actually connects to a phone here on Earth, you ain't getting paid. So I mean, that's fantastic motivation for the chief technical operator of this company, and of course, the phone call works. Badge, I want to tell you about one more interesting character in this cast, which is quite, I guess, surprising or maybe unexpected. This is Hiroshi Miki Mikitani, who has a little bit of one of these, brutal origin stories, motivated by tragedy. He's 30 years old in Japan in 95. He's one of these star performers at the Industrial Bank of Japan, one of these really cushy jobs in corporate Japan. And then there's a massive earthquake that flattens his hometown of Kobe. So he races home and finds his aunt and uncle among the dead. And, one of these, okay, we only have one life, we have to live it to our fullest moments, sweeps him. So he teams up with 4 teammates and 250,000 of capital, and that becomes Rakuten, which is Japan's largest e-mobile network. Why does this matter? Because lo and behold, fast forward to now, ASTS and Rakuten are becoming legitimate allies. So backtrack a little bit to Mikitani. He himself has a Harvard MBA, finds Rakuten, builds Rakuten Mobile, world's first fully cloud-native carrier, and actually participates in some of these funding rounds for AST. So that earthquake, right, where we need help when bad things happen, we need to solve the problem of putting connectivity first after major disasters happen. He's involved in all of this as a story point. So Rakuten becomes the other side of the phone call we were just talking about. It's Abel standing in Midland, Texas. He calls who? He calls Japan. And that's why Mickey, as he's affectionately known, has become such a big player in this story. We're going to get into the bull case later on in this episode. You see him here on stage announcing the Rakuten AST partnership right next to a bunch of writing in Japanese. You see the Waffle, the space satellite, the AST satellite, and you see the Space Mobile AST rocket with Rakuten Mobile written on it. This is not a happerstance partnership. This is 2 visionary business people of the grandest scale saying, we see a path forward to working together, and Japan's own well-being as a nation is now linked directly with this board member and with this early seed founder and with this ally in Mickey.
And Rakuten are not the only partner, but we're going to save the business for that section of the podcast. Before we go there, I think we should get our arms buried into the actual technology, the science behind AST and the satellites themselves.
So this is to acknowledge that there's also many people we haven't mentioned, and they're also crucial to the story. I mean, you can't run this kind of operation with just the 3 or 5 people we talked about so far. But for the purpose of our narrative, I think that starts getting a little into the weeds. These are professionals working at the highest levels of their jobs, and they're executing between the patent rulings and the accounting and the financing and all the ways you need to have people working together to build something truly astounding. So no disrespect to the people we didn't talk about, but we got to push forward. We got to make this a fascinating story for our listeners. And the truly fascinating, maybe the most fascinating thing about all of this is how does any of this actually work on the physics science level?
There's a villain in this story. There's a challenge, and it's called the inverse square law. And what it means is, like, if your satellite is 170 times further away than your cell phone tower, the signal fades with the square of distance. So it might be 170 times further away, but it's 29,000 times weaker.
So Badge, AST makes a product, which is a satellite that is launched into space. And that satellite is doing some pretty amazing technical things based on engineering and physics. Before we describe the actual product that they're building and launching, I think we really need to take a thorough side quest and explain some of the basic science that is in some ways general and universal, so that our listeners could really understand what makes these AST satellites called the Bluebirds so special and so revolutionary. And it all starts with first principles physics.
Yeah.
Yesterday, prepping for this episode, I asked a friend of mine, out of the blue, what is light? This is an educated friend, by the way, who has lots of experience with light. And very curiously, she was not able to answer the question. How do you answer what is light? Do you know?
Yeah, I think I knew before we did our research for this. Like, it's like wavelengths. Like, light is the bit of the electromagnetic spectrum that, because of like millions of years of evolution, well, billions of years of like creatures on the planet, our eyes have become optimized to see certain wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum that we perceive as like red, green, orange, blue, indigo, violet. And that's been helpful because, you know, we see the plants that we're eating and we see like the tigers that are coming to eat us.
Yeah, so let's start maybe with the stuff that I'm so excited to talk about, because this is now our science corner. This is our own National Geographic special where we examine like the things under the facts underpinning it all. Okay, so we're talking about what is light. And Michael Faraday in 1831 makes what some people consider the greatest discovery in all of the 19th century, which is the idea that we exist not in a vacuum, but everything is a something. And that something is called a field. That there is no such thing as not being in the field. And you have these two things happening at the same time. We could feel there's something called electricity, and we could feel there's something called magnetism. And eventually he kind of pieces it together and realizes that electricity and magnetism are actually the same thing that are interconnected, and they interconnect into what we today call a field that fills all of space, right?
And that electromagnetic field that all these things existed within, a guy came along 30 years later, James Maxwell, and he put some really groundbreaking maths behind that. And he defined Maxwell's field equations, 4 equations that unify it all. And he determined that field disturbances propagate at the speed of light. Light is a ripple in the electromagnetic field. To see, we're looking at each other now, is to perceive electromagnetic waves.
So to me, this is mind-blowing, really. The answer to the question of what is light is an electromagnetic wave that we, through evolution, we've developed many antennas in our eyes. I think they're called rods and cones or whatever, right? And our particular antennas are tuned specifically to see this tiny sliver of an electromagnetic wave that is actually much, much more vast and contains many different kinds of waves, for which we have names like microwaves and X-rays and gamma rays and radio waves and, of course, cellular waves, most of which we don't see, right? You walk into a room, you walk into your Airbnb, you do not see Wi-Fi, but you certainly know when it's not there or it's not operating. So,
and we're not equipped to perceive that, but birds can. They can't see electromagnetic waves, but evidently that's how birds navigate. And like homing pigeons find their way home, in their brain, they have a way to sense the electromagnetic field that helps them navigate.
So it was actually Richard Feynman, and I misspoke a little bit earlier, who said it was Maxwell, not Faraday, as I misspoke earlier, who said, from the long view of history of mankind, the most significant event of the 19th century will be judged as Maxwell's discovery of the laws of electrodynamics. The American Civil War will pale into provincial insignificance based on this discovery, that everything is an electromagnetic field. It's actually all the same thing. This is maybe what's hard to understand. It's just one field with different frequencies in that field, some of which we are perceiving with our eyes that we call light.
So why is this even relevant to AST?
This is right. Glad you asked, Badge. Because if you cannot, if you don't understand what electromagnetic waves are, you can't actually work with it, and you can't actually figure out how to build receivers for it and how to send it and how to interpret these waves. And it turns out the way we communicate is entirely based on the engineering and physics of understanding how these waves work. How does a wave actually send information from point A to point B? And that's where you start getting into the technical word spectrum, which is just the the lay term for the electromagnetic field sliced by frequency. So again, light is its own frequency, and we have within that names like red, blue, yellow, which technically speaking equate to a certain megahertz frequency, the vibration, the speed at which light vibrates, right? The faster it vibrates, the different kind of color it has. So we're used to, in day-to-day speech, to say blue, right? We don't have to explain that blue is this frequency and that this is how it works, right? Well, when you get out of the light sliver, you have all these other functionalities. And it so happens that our phones, the antennas that they're built in, whisper at something like 700 to 2,500 megahertz, meaning, again, the frequency of the wave vibrations. So that is the area of the electromagnetic field that we're talking about. And that is, when you divide it into finer and finer slices, that's what we mean by spectrum. What spectrum, what slice of this field requires what, does what kind of task?
And that's why spectrum is so valuable you'd almost think of it like it's real estate. So that's why it's important that the big players in this industry, if they don't own, they have access to certain spectrum.
So here's maybe where we tie this idea of what is light into back to AST. The electromagnetic field is always already there everywhere. It's already in the Sahara. It's already over the ocean. It's already in our living rooms. It is what reality is. So this is really the last step of the problem that AST is trying to figure out. Given that the field is already there, these signals are happening, how is it that we can actually use this field to get a phone connected to a satellite out in space so that we could take advantage of this thing that's always already there? We don't have to create a field, basically, is the point, right? We just have to figure out a way to use it.
But you made it sound really easy, and it's not. Because if your cell phone tower is like down the street or a mile or two away, your tiny phone, and it's whispering in this field, like it's only got a tiny little battery, and that antenna's got to hear it. Well, there's a villain in this story. There's a challenge, and it's called the inverse square law. And what it means is, like, if your satellite is 170 times further away than your cell phone tower, the signal fades with the square of distance. So it might be 170 times further away, but it's 29,000 times weaker as a signal. That's pretty significant.
Right, Badge. This is really why the scientists, the skeptics early on in AST's journey were saying you can't do this. They were just running a basic math equation that said, okay, you need your satellite to be this far off away from the Earth. We know that radio frequencies, cell phones travel at this kind of wavelength. We know, therefore, that from the satellite, it's going to get weaker and weaker following the square law. And by the time the signal gets to your phone, it will be too faint or too diffused by noise that all you're going to get is a scrambled gobbledygook, right? And they were saying you cannot, therefore, solve this problem. There's no way to go that distance without losing the actual signal. One way of thinking about this in more metaphorical terms is imagine, you go into a room that's dark and you shine a flashlight. You could see that close to where the beam emerges from the flashlight, it's quite dense and strong. But then by the time it gets across the room, right, it's quite wide. It's bracketed, but the signal is way weaker, even though it does its job for the room, right? But it's getting more and more diffuse. That's just from standing one side of the room to the other. Now add, 340 miles of distance. Really, do this in your mind. Go 340 miles away with one wave. I mean, that gets continually more and more diverse the further you go. And it makes sense why scientists say, yeah, you can't solve this.
And it also makes sense why the graveyard is littered with companies that were trying to put like a brick in your hand, because they figured, well, you need a brick with a massive battery and a giant antenna, maybe even like a dish, because you've got to get this flashlight signal so far away. How could you possibly do it with like a regular modern, like tiny little dumb phone or smartphone?
So, right, this is really a question in terms of science. It comes down to strength or brute force. You basically have two options to make what we call the link accounting work. The signal has to be strong enough between point A and point B. You have 2 points. You try to make both antennas, I guess, as strong as possible so that this diffusion gets overcome, right? We like you said, in the graveyard portion, we said that's how companies started trying to solve this first. Make the handset held antenna bigger, more robust, and the consumer said, sorry, we're not buying that thing, which leaves AST the only remaining option. Can we make a satellite whose beams are strong enough to actually overcome the distance of 340 miles, which is approximately 500 something kilometers away? So what's kind of crazy about all this is, in terms of ingenuity and solving this problem, the answer turns out, Badge, size matters.
Everyone always told me size doesn't matter.
It turns out, yes, in space cellular connectivity, size does matter. And the solution really is almost, quote unquote, as simple as you have to make a bigger satellite. Because the bigger you make the satellite, the bigger that aperture in technical terms, the stronger the signal. And if you can make the signal big enough, powerful enough, it does end up reaching the destination without turning into noise.
And it's not just like the signal. It's like you got to have your ears much bigger and much more acute, because you got to hear this whispering smartphone like 500 kilometers away.
So exactly. So if you look at this image, you could see that ASTS's current generation satellite is measured at 223 meters squared. Their previous prototype satellites were known as the E143. Those were 64 meters squared. Currently, the planned version 3 of Starlink satellites are 25 meters squared. The current Starlinks are only 6.2 meters squared, and the initial Iridiums were about 2 meters squared. So the size difference between what AST is sending into space and everything else is magnitudes bigger. And this is why there's controversy around this topic when we get to competition and can Starlink compete with AST or not. It really does come down to size.
Let's just get our head around that. 223 square meters. Like, that's big. Like, I think you said, like, the size of a house. That's a big thing in the sky to be whizzing around the Earth at, like, 500 kilometers up.
And at 17,000 miles an hour. So this is right. This is where the science, oh boy, this is just, if you really allow your imagination to take hold here, to restate the problem, size is the way you solve the wavelength problem. You know you have to make it big. Another analogy you hear all the time is that these 223 meter squared satellites are the size of a tennis court. So picture, literally picture a tennis court, right? That you have to somehow get how many miles above ground? 340 miles or 500 kilometers or whatever it is, right? Very, very high. How do you get a tennis court? How do you get a tennis court that far into the sky? You have to put it into a rocket, right? Badge, you're a rocket guy. You own Rocket Lab. You own SpaceX. When you think of a rocket, where do you put a tennis court?
Yeah, like this is a trick that even the great Roger Federer couldn't pull off. Like, this is a monstrous thing that you somehow got to get into orbit, and not just one of them. You need like a ton of them to make this satellite constellation work. So how do they do that?
So one of the things, and this is maybe where our engineer community can fill in the dots and fill in the missing pieces. I really don't know much about the mechanics of all this, but it's not enough for one of these satellites to reach orbit. Why? Because it's inside a container called a rocket, and then it has to actually exit the rocket, and then it actually has to unfold, because the only way you get a tennis court into a rocket is to smush it up into foldable pieces. But again, that that piece of technology is zooming by at 17,000 miles an hour and orbiting Earth. And it's not a simple matter, I guess, without gravity to make sure, and freezing temperatures to make all the hinges work. But lo and behold, AST was in fact able to do this. Okay, so size is a major impediment, but they solve that. Then there's then folding it. They solve that. But then the complexity doesn't stop there, because there's engineering problems like the Doppler effect that need to be solved, which is what happens to signals when they're moving in a direction. The wavelengths compress or decompress depending on your position next to them. And that mere problem badge of the satellite going 17,000 miles an hour. So if you think about standing on the Earth with your phone trying to receive a signal, but all of a sudden the satellite is actually whizzing by, the connection won't last very long, will it?
Right on, exactly. Because this satellite's whizzing overhead at 17,000 miles per hour. So there's not going to be long where you're essentially underneath like its umbrella of coverage, and then it's gone.
Right. And we'll get to this, I guess, in the competition. This is the problem where Starlink solves by throwing up a bunch of satellites and having them basically pass the signal from one to another to another to another, the consequence of which is draining your phone's battery, because your phone is literally going from satellite to satellite to satellite, and that switching cost adds up. AST took a very different approach here by engineering something called beamforming with these phased array satellites. So anytime you hear talk of these satellites, you will hear the words phased array. What that basically means is that satellite is not one satellite. It's actually an array of something like 20,000 little baby antennas that, due to all kinds of complicated math and engineering that I can't even begin to wrap my mind around, communicate with one another and predict where the signal is going to go, where it needs to go. And they basically pass off the signal from one to another, creating the illusion of there being one signal, but that signal basically tracks one fixed point on Earth for long enough so that the signal isn't being bounced like every millisecond or every second, and it stays longer in one spot. That solves the drainage problem. Now, having said that, one satellite is not enough. AST knows that to make global coverage a reality between these big satellites that are actually tens of thousands of baby satellites, we need a minimum of about 45. Right, so you put 45 times, call it 20,000 minis, and now all of a sudden, whatever the math works out, now you have these phased arrays solving the problem of directing their signal to one spot without a noticeable degradation in your phone's having to search for multiple satellites.
And let's tie this back to how like mobile phones work today on the ground with like towers in your neighborhood, in your city. Like you see a cell phone tower, like you'll see those big tall things with these strange antenna on them. Looks like, someone's like dropped some sci-fi spike out of space. They create cells. So you might be in a cell of coverage and that cell don't move, like the tower's where it is. And then I'm in 2 or 3 different cells where I'm sat at home right now in my home office. And so if I don't go for like a walk or jump in the car, like my phone is stable within that cell. The network knows, Luke is in cell number 19,005 and my phone has like a relatively stable signal. And sometimes like if you're in a car or maybe you go into like a different part of the house, you might see like you suddenly go down to like 2 bars and it jumps up to like 5 bars again. It's because the network, like the cell phone towers around you and your phone have just renegotiated and they're like, oh, okay, like Luke is now in this other cell. Let's hand off to this other tower and he's going to get like a stronger signal from that. Well, this beam forming technology as far as your phone can tell, it's kind of the same as having like a static tower in your neighborhood, because you've got, as Christoph said, like one day, 45 or more satellites with and overhead. Each of those satellites has 20,000 tiny antennae with beam forming. It's those 20,000 antennae are essentially creating like a virtual cell on the ground at different sizes. So maybe if you're in like a highly dense urban area, you might have lots and lots of tiny little cells. And if you're in like a big open area, you might have much bigger cells. But those, even though the satellites are moving, the cells stay static. So your phone just thinks it's chatting to the cell phone tower down the street.
Okay, and a little bit of fun for our math nerds. This is a complicated mathematical problem. 20,000 little beams housed in a thing moving 17,000 miles an hour, aiming at one spot. They need to coordinate. They need to talk to one another. This whole beam phased array beamforming aspect. You need complex math circuitry to solve this, and that was done through the AST 5000 chip, which is another one of these patented AST marvels of engineering that basically, I'm thinking, I don't know if this is fair, but like NVIDIA, when they, revolutionized the world with the GPU and going from gaming to AI, they said, we need a chip to do something very different from, we have this particular problem we're trying to solve. We need to re-engineer the power that lives on the chip itself. This is what AST did. And that chip is what runs the satellite and allows the miracle of figuring out the math problem of getting 20,000 antennas to speak to each other in milliseconds accurately. So I think, Badge, this is maybe a moment where we step back a little bit and go from what happens with each step of you have a phone in your hand, right? And you're trying to make a call somewhere, right? So the first thing to know is you're holding your phone, you try to send a text message, right? That signal is about half a watt at 850 megahertz spectrum. It's basically very, very weak.
Then up in orbit, you've got the Bluebird satellite. So 520 kilometers high, that tennis court size phase array. And it's big enough with all those antennae and all that power that it can hear that tiny half a watt signal from the phone in your hand.
Yeah, and it's that phased array, that kind of ability of the antennas to amplify signal, kind of like when you throw stone in a pond. If you throw multiple stones, the ripples get higher. All of those pieces working together in a phased, simultaneous way basically amplify the gains so that the weak signal from your phone actually does register. And simultaneously overcome the Doppler effect and all of these other nuanced but non-negotiable engineering problems. Suffice to say, the engineering solves the weak signal problem.
So we got the signal from your hand, we got it up into space, but we need to get it into like the mobile network somewhere. And the way ASTS do that is they then bounce the signal down to a ground-based gateway. And there's something quite interesting we should explore here. If we think about, say, Starlink's solution from SpaceX, like their satellites are designed to listen to the signal, interpret it, like stuff is done with it in orbit, and then it gets beamed back down essentially over Starlink's own network. ASTS is quite different. They use something that's colloquially known as the bent pipe architecture. Do you want to explain what that is, or why their dumb satellites are potentially a major advantage?
Sure, this is kind of counterintuitive. You would think you want lots of brains on such a such an expensive and important piece of machinery. But AST went the other way. They basically invested the brain power not to live on the satellite itself, meaning the decoding brain power. All AST wants the satellite to do is reflect the signal back down to Earth, and it's only worrying about the signal itself. It's not worrying about decoding it or interpreting it or anything like that. So they said, no, we want the simplest version of the signal to then come back down to Earth so that all of the actual processing and all of the actual complexity of network signaling gets done on the ground. So what I mean by that, we know that over the years, humans have figured out how to process more and more data, from 3G to 4G to 5G. Now 6G is around the bend, right? It's more data in a smaller space. That's a software problem, right? That's a data integration problem. Let's do that on Earth, says AST. That will matter immensely because the question of sovereignty comes into play. If a company can get hold of a signal and is actually responsible for decoding it, they know what the signal is. So privacy issues come into play. AST says we're not doing any of that on our satellites. We're just going to dumbly relay the signal from the ground up into space and back. You, owners of the gateway, get to decide, get to see what the actual signal is, if I could put it that way.
And there's another really important advantage to AST's approach as well. And if we go back to like the analogy of visible light, like you could think of their satellites as being like a mirror in space. Well, Christoph, if I gave, if we were all communicating with like, shining red flashlights at each other, and I stuck like a mirror in space, and I said, okay, I've got this mirror and it can reflect like red light, so you're going to be able to shoot your like red torch from Alabama and I'll be able to see it in Japan. And we're like, great, like we've got a network, we can communicate. But then maybe a couple of years later, someone comes along and goes, actually, if we use like blue light, we can actually send more information. And that's actually true. Blue light has like a higher wavelength. So if I've put all these like smart mirrors in space that only reflect red light really effectively, well, you're out of luck. They're not going to be any use when everyone starts like communicating with blue light or green light or ultraviolet light. But if you had a dumb mirror that just reflects the whole visible spectrum, even though today everyone's communicating with red light, if they start communicating with like blue flashlights in the future, well, your mirror just reflects that. So you're kind of future-proof in a way that you're not if your satellite specifically talks like 4G or 5G.
Right. And so now to go back to our journey, you're holding your phone in your hand, you send a text, it goes up to the Bluebird. The Bluebird dumbly reflects the signal back down to a ground gateway that then takes your signal and basically connects it to one of your called carrier cores, AT&T, Verizon, Vodafone, so on and so forth. And this is the important point. It's your own core network. So it's native. Your voice over LTE, it means your voice carried as data over the network, is exactly how every modern cell call already works. You dial from your phone's keypad, your own number, billed by your own carrier. There's no app to open, no separate account. It's AT&T systems. The satellite up in space is simply tower number, whatever, 74,000, right? And that's the whole differentiator, which we'll get back to later. Starlink's direct to cell routes your traffic through a Starlink run backend, which is closer to a Wi-Fi hotspot than your real phone line. And this is exactly where issues of sovereignty start really coming up more and more with increasing urgency for today's telecoms and deciders. Do we want the dumb thing that's just reflecting the signal and it remains native to us, or do we want to have that signal decoded by a foreign entity that is not our own. So here, I don't know if this is too obvious a pun, the dumb engineering strategy might turn out to be the smart one in terms of sovereignty and privacy and national security interests.
And that's particularly relevant when, like, your provider, if you're partnered with Starlink, your provider might become your competition in the future.
Very much so. So I still am unclear, Badge, in terms of all the patents that this stuff involves. You know, how easily are some of these engineering problems replicable, or can they be worked around by competitors in the future? We will talk about SpaceX and Starlink obviously more in the future, but I don't know, if like the size thing, for example, how much exactly of the size thing, meaning are other companies allowed to build large satellites or not? It seems like it'd be crazy to think only AST could build these large arrays, but so far that seems to be the case. I just don't know patent-wise, how much of that will hold up in court. And then there is this question of, well, if the dumb strategy is the way to go, obviously a third competitor or a fourth that hasn't been born yet might also realize this and do it this way, because it's kind of obvious from that perspective. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how this will continue to evolve.
I think that's pretty relevant because this is still very early in this story for all of the competitors. As you say, like today, you pitched it as a Apple specific thing a couple of hours ago. Well, even us humble Android users, but we can now send text messages and like super low data comms with our smartphones, but it's through like legacy satellite constellations. This stuff is like, hasn't grown up yet. It's not real yet beyond, say, certain niche like military applications. So today, July, August 2026, we don't really know which is the right way forwards. But ASTS certainly seem to be in like one camp of having a small number of like tennis court sized satellites. And all the other guys seem to be so far in the camp of having lots of smaller satellites.
All right, Badge. So there's another thing we need to dump on our poor, unsuspecting listeners at this point, which is it's not enough just to get a signal. The whole point is to have data. And as we know, there's a big difference between merely sending a text message and, say, watching Netflix, right? And that's just the concentration of data. That particular term, I guess, label is megabits per second, and you basically want as many data bits fit into a small portion of the wave. Tracking the journey of where we started, recapping the journey of where we started. In April 25th, 2023, the first space voice call to an unmodified phone works. That's the Galaxy S22 from Midland to Rakuten in Japan. Okay, AT&T 2G spectrum via the Blue Walker 3. Okay, we fast forward to September 23, the first 5G from space. That was in Maui, a Vodafone engineer in Madrid, and the actual data rate was 14 megabytes per second on just 5 megahertz of spectrum. Okay, fast forward to May 25, we get on stage. That was Mickey going on with a live demo of a live video call. Rakuten, AT&T, Verizon, Vodafone demonstrated live. July 21st, 2025, we basically have the first native VoLTE call plus the SMS text messaging standard done. Basically, it's the networks read that transaction as it's just another tower. There was no differentiation between, oh, this is a space tower. Now it's just another tower in the network. And very recently, in an isolated situation that it's not quite replicable in the real world because things are not isolated, AST was able to reach speeds of 98.9 at peak signal to an unmodified smartphone. So in pure laboratory conditions, basically using these older satellites in space, the engineers have figured out to get enough data to go way beyond what's needed for something like video and legit broadband, way beyond this can't be done even for something as simple as a text message. So they're squeezing in more and more with less and less, a true engineering marvel.
So that's quite a journey, Christoph, going from like sending text messages from brick phones, and then AST has come along. They do the first voice call, and now in May, just a couple of months ago, they're now achieving nearly 100 megabits. Like, that's enough. We could record a podcast over 100 megabits, no problem. I'll be out on the ocean when we record next week. The laws of physics didn't change. The engineering did.
Right, and this is why this is such an exciting company to follow. World's best engineers basically took the physics, which is known as a whiteboard problem, and they solved it mathematically through incredible ingenuity. Now, the problem badge is that it's one thing to solve a math problem, that humanity has been doing that for a long time, but then to manufacture the solutions 40 times over in a converted hangar in Midland, Texas, needing to launch these giant engineering marvels into space while at the same time your launch provider's rocket starts exploding on the launch pad. Well, that's an entirely different next problem sport. And that's the next thing we're going to talk about, is the birds themselves and the launching of them.
It is interesting that they struggled to get stuff into space previously. They had like multiple failures actually partnering with Blue Origin, Amazon, which is like a newer space company. And now like the workhorse from SpaceX, Falcon 9, and in the future, Starship are going to be putting their own competitors' satellites into orbit. And I think that made sense as like a business thing. Like it's SpaceX don't want to be the only game in town.
So let's talk about the satellites themselves, badge, which are affectionately called the birds. And what's important to know right up front is that keeping track of the terminology is itself a very confusing engineering problem to solve. So let me walk you through the evolution of what these things were built and what they were called so that nobody gets lost. First of all, okay, the very first thing they launched is called the Blue Walker 3. There was no Blue Walker 1. That was like a breadbox science project thing. There was no 2. And this Blue Walker 3 was 64 meters squared, launched in September 2022, and is still operational. But think of it as small-ish, relatively speaking. Then we had what's called Block 1 Bluebirds, and that all 5 of those were actually sent on one Falcon 9 rocket on September 12th, 2024. They are also still in service. They are the first ones providing commercial generation, and the chip they were using was the less advanced one. It was not the ASICS chip that I spoke about earlier. They have about 250 beams each. That's Block 1. But this is the thing. AST is continuously inventing and upgrading and re-engineering these satellites. So now we are on what's called Block 2 Bluebirds. And the Block 2 Bluebirds are, well, I would say, the real machines. They're the ones that have more than 2,000 cells. They're the ones that are working at 10x capacity. The Bluebird 6 was launched on December 2025 on ISRO, which was the Indian rocket company. Bluebird 7 unfortunately was lost in April of 2026. That was on the New Glenn rocket belonging to Amazon. The reason for that failure was because Amazon's second stage did not propel the rocket far enough into orbit, and it had to be decommissioned. And now Bluebirds 8, 9, and 10 were recently launched on June 17th on the Falcon 9, all successfully. And I believe just a couple of days ago, they were unfurled and proven to be in working order, which again is no small feat. It's the unfolding that's as complex as the getting it really high up there. And all of those contain that new AST 5000 ASIC chip, which will be built into all of the Bluebirds going forward. So that's where we are now, with the next launch being set for early August. That's Bluebirds 11, 12, and 13. And from here on in, if you think about it, this is kind of a copy and paste issue, right? As long as this current batch is doing what it's supposed to, which all records point to they are, it's how quickly can we continue launching these into space, and it's all about the rockets. Now, a little bit of foreshadowing, AST is working on a Block 3, yet another generation of satellites. Why are they doing this, Badge? Glad you asked. Because with more spectrum, with more frequencies of a different kind, come different satellite capacities. We didn't even begin telling you about any of the future defense uses that satellites might have, or any of the future augmentations to GPS servicing. Each satellite needs to have, in other words, different capacities built in, and the current generations don't necessarily have all of them. So all of that is behind the scenes engineering work currently unfolding. The last thing I want to mention, it's just confusing just to confuse people. You'll come across acronym FM, short for flight module. That's literally the designation of the factory's name for a real production satellite. And there's a bunch of overlap where the count tracks Block 2 line and starts after the Block 1 bird. So FM1 was actually equal to Bluebird 6. FM2 is actually equal to Bluebird 7. FM3 is equal to Bluebird 8. So technically, FM3 is exactly the same as Bluebird 8. It's the same exact satellite. One names the factory and the other the mission. So don't confuse yourself over that. Take home point is these Bluebirds are growing in size, they're growing in complexity, they're growing in engineering capacity, and right now it's how many of these can we get into space as quickly as possible?
It is interesting that they struggled to get stuff into space previously. They had multiple failures actually partnering with Blue Origin, Amazon, which is a newer space company. And now the workhorse from SpaceX, Falcon 9, and in the future, Starship are going to be putting their own competitors' satellites into orbit. And I think that made sense as a business thing. SpaceX don't want to be the only game in town. Then you've got competition and monopoly questions being asked. So I think it's win-win here. They get the revenue from launching successfully their competitor satellites, and then you end up with a fair market that's unlikely to be scrutinized too hard.
Right. Exactly so, Badge. I feel like we should throw our listeners on YouTube some eye candy here. It's hard to really, if you're new to the story, picture what this stuff looks like. So the relatively small-ish satellite that, if you remember, that analyst said would shake apart and melt. And lo and behold, it did not shake apart and melt. And so, yay AST. This is the one that went up in December of 25, which is officially the largest commercial comms array ever deployed in low Earth orbit. Comes straight from the AST Q4 slide deck. And you could see by looking at that picture just how enormous and tennis court sized looking beast it is. Lastly, or almost lastly, it's the unfortunately doomed Bluebird 7 mission in that giant New Glenn rocket where everything was going well and everybody was celebrating early after the rocket launched. It put the Bluebird 7 into space, but we only learned a couple of hours afterwards that the last technical launcher booster thing froze somehow and couldn't get the satellite high up enough. So the marvel of rocketry and the impossible or the immense challenges that go hand in hand with rocketry are very much a part of ASTS's story. They're tied hand in hand.
And there may be just one terrestrial picture. We can't just have your fancy pictures from space, Christoph. Here's a picture of the actual factory assembly line. And what we can see here is engineers actually crating up and assembling microns, like the microns. If you imagine this tennis court, the tennis court is like a big grid of microns. On one side, you've got solar panels to capture energy. On the other side, you've got the actual antenna to talk to the phones on the ground and the base stations on the ground. So yeah, you can see here in the factory, like this is the money shot of the factory process and like manufacturing this stuff at scale.
Yeah, this is in many ways. So we've listed several problems, right? Solving the physics and the science. Then you have to make this thing. Then you have to actually get it to work. Then you have to get it on a rocket. Then the rocket has to not blow up. But now you have to make enough of these things at a quick enough pace from the perspective of AST to actually create that field that allows people to stay connected. And that is labor, that's manpower, that's building the factory, that builds the factory problem. And we tend to forget from abstracted views that real people working real hours on real factory lines are involved. And side note, as of recently, AST just acquired an immense new acreage plot of land right next to the original factory with thousands of jobs. And they're basically accelerating the rate at which these things are being made. So it's like, the accelerated gas is pedal to the floor.
So we got this factory production line churning out bluebirds at a manufacturing rate. But what's the purpose of doing that? It's so that they can get their whole constellation up into orbit and operational as soon as possible. And they are behind schedule on a lot of this. Like, if only one chart matters, it's the chart that shows how many satellites they actually have in orbit.
So we can really see that in terms of AST as a business, it is a race against time. They don't have all the time in the world before competition catches up in some ways. They can't catch up in some ways that depend on physics, but they really do need to get these satellites up. And we could see from September 22nd to September 24th, we had only that Blue Walker 3 prototype up there. Then we launched the 5 at once with the inferior engineering that took us through December 25th. Then we successfully launched the latest generation, biggest satellite of Bluebird 6 in December. And then we had the disaster that happened with New Glenn, the lost Bluebird 7, shortly followed, not long after, by the New Glenn rocket itself blowing up on the launch pad without any satellites inside, but that delayed the launching using New Glenn as a vehicle. And then just a few weeks ago, the successful launch of 3 more on Falcon 9, which takes us at the moment of this recording to 10 satellites up in space. Target is 45. Bluebirds 11, 12, 13 are scheduled for early August. They're already on their way or in Cape Canaveral, Florida. So, Badge, this, actually, one more thing. This is simultaneously, on one hand, can AST manufacture enough of these problem, which seems to be going in AST's favor. And then there's the, can we launch enough of them fast enough problem, which requires rockets not blowing up, which requires proper execution. And there have been stumbles along the way already, because what's the famous saying? Rockets are hard, or space is hard. Both space and rockets are hard. And it's amazing to me that any of these problems are being solved. But there are delays. We are behind schedule. And it is simultaneously also now more of a cut and paste job than it's ever been. So at this point, I think I would invoke the evergreen adage, patience, grasshopper. And especially as an investing standpoint perspective, which we'll get to later, I think the very hardest problems have been solved from the science and engineering standpoint. Now it's more like endurance and manufacturing and scale. And do we have enough money, and can we solve these problems quickly enough? What do you think about that frame?
So I agree and I disagree. This is me putting my ASTS shareholder hat on. They have solved some significant engineering problems. Like, they've put this tennis court up into orbit, they've unfolded it, they've done like a nearly 100 megabit like data call reliably. So they've proven it works. But to my mind, there's probably two other challenges. One which they've probably solved, one which is a question mark. Like, can they keep this thing in orbit? The satellites have like fuel. They have like a compressed gas that they can use, and they have to use that to like maintain their angle and maintain the height, so they stay in orbit and they don't, because if they get too low, they start dragging on the atmosphere and they're just going to burn up, and then that's it, they're gone. And it seems like they probably have solved that based on much more expert analysts than I, who've been studying like the trajectory and stability of the giant satellites that are up there right now. But the other question is, they've proven like one phone call with high data bit, like high bandwidth. Can they support tens of thousands of phone calls simultaneously from like a satellite? Can they prove like the handoff from one satellite to another as they whiz overhead? They're engineering challenges, but they're still ones that they haven't proven yet. So I do think we're still on this journey where the company actually demonstrates all the things it needs to do to have a viable business.
In a slightly more optimistic take, I, at this point, maybe this is being naive, I don't doubt that that's been solved. It's just, I guess maybe in some ways it's like until it's actually literally done, it's not done, which I grant. But I think the engineers know. Of course, they wouldn't. I mean, if it wasn't going to work, I mean, it'd be insane that they would even try it. So I'm not that pessimistic about that. The optimistic version, though, takes me back to the fact that these are gigantic things, and you only need, in quotes, a minimum 45. Which means they do have an extended lifespan. It's not forever. But as rocketry becomes more and more commodified, which is obviously the trajectory we're going on, from SpaceX to Rocket Lab to Firefly to the Indian company and China and all these, right? I think getting the satellites into space would just become less and less of a problem as the years go on. The fact that they, quote unquote, only have to repair a few every so often because they're so big, to me is an optimistic signal that as they degrade and wear down, the launch cadence will more than make up for the for maintaining the integrity of the system and the constellation. That's a huge advantage over, I think, what Starlink is doing with sending out hundreds and thousands of these things, which have a shorter lifespan and perhaps harder to fix because there's just way more to work with. So,
but there is another, because as speaking now as a SpaceX shareholder, there's like another graveyard of like entrepreneurs who tried to outcompete Musk, right? So I think this is still like, we're yet to see whose solution works. Hopefully they both do. Hopefully they all do. And there's lots of different approaches. And if you're like a data center, you use like maybe Blue Origin's answer. And if you're, in rural Wyoming, you've got ASTS and your existing mobile provider. And maybe if you're like at home and you want like a gigabit broadband for your house, then that's like Starlink. But we're yet to see how it shakes out.
Well, I'm glad you brought up our buddy Mr. Musk, because in many ways, here's where we are. I see a Tesla parallel here. Musk was on the record saying, we're going to build the machine that builds the machine. And I think all great engineers in the end converge to let's engineer everything as much as we can. And so right now, I think AST is actually following a Tesla playbook. The prototype, the process, the scale product, the gigafactory, Midland, where AST is located, is the gigafactory, and 95% of those parts for the satellites are made in-house. So, in a sense, the first mountain was the physics. They solved it. That's unequivocal. The second part is the operations at scale. And to your point, this is where companies go to die. And to ASTS's benefit, I think, this is where their vertical integration matters and the speed. They really are building nearly everything in that one factory, owning pretty much all of the process, from the engineering and the patents to the physical procuring of the materials to the manufacturing to the shipping and so forth. And if you remember, I don't know if you do remember, during the Tesla 3 ramp, Musk would go on the record belly aching over and over again. It only takes the weakest link, a missing rubber band, to hold up the whole process. You just can't move without a single part. Well, when you're talking about satellites, making satellites, right? If all of a sudden you have to change something and outsource it to some other company, well, you might be waiting for months. And that's how the costs start, the margins start dropping, the inefficiencies start showing up. But AST, I think brilliantly, maybe out of no other choice, is doing it all themselves.
Yeah, it's a good parallel. It makes sense. And, there's a sort of manufacturing revolution that started with Henry Ford and like the production line, the ASTS are following in that well-trodden path. So,
Badge, we're about halfway, it feels like, through. Can you believe it?
We've been recording for like 4 hours. We're halfway. What?
We're approximately halfway, give or take. Here's where we've landed, right? You have this $17 billion graveyard that's taught us a bunch of lessons about what didn't work, right? We have a captain of the ship betting $50 million that he learned all those lessons, right? We learned that the physics works, that the 98.9 megabits to an unmodified phone actually says it works, because that's on record. That's proof, right? We have 10 satellites up in the sky, right? We have 35 more promised by New Year's, 3 at a time, more or less, right? On competitors' rockets. But everything we've heard so far is kind of the setup, because the back half is the payoff, the business itself. Who owns the airwaves? That's the spectrum wars we're going to talk about. And who's coming to kill it? That's the competition. That's SpaceX. And of course, how much is all of this worth? The money. So get yourselves a coffee, a banana pina colada, pour some whiskey in there because the war is about to start.
If someone wanted to buy like a color in between red and orange, and you hadn't agreed that, like, at this point red cuts off and orange starts, I own that bit of the spectrum, because the visible light is the same spectrum as the radio waves, as the mobile phone signals. Like, you can't invent a color that doesn't exist, like orange, and go, I've just bought that. Right? Yeah. It's a physical constraint of the universe.
Badge, let's talk about real estate, shall we? I hear you're a bit of or used to be a bit of a real estate mogul. Not sure if that's true or was true. Right now, if you had to buy yourself some real estate, where would you be looking?
I'm debating this right now in the vicinity, on the outside of London somewhere. I'm thinking about buying some land. Yep. Okay,
very good. I'm looking elsewhere. You know where I'm looking? I'm looking where it's not even nowhere on the map. I'm looking at spectrum real estate. It's like the invisible real estate that nobody can actually see, but that's apparently worth billions and billions of dollars. So
significantly more expensive than the bit of land I'm planning to buy.
Yes, exactly. So this is the part of the show where we try to explain what sometimes make people's eyes glaze over spectrum and why there's a war over this. And I think the most direct analogy is to remember that everything is an electromagnetic field. Radio frequencies, the stuff that we're talking about that transmit information from your phone to satellites, is a frequency, and there's only so much of it. Nature can't make more of it, and you can't basically build on top of one another, just like in the real world, right? Once you buy a house in a plot, somebody can't put another house on top of it. There's rights to everything. There's ownership involved. And because it's limited, people are really legitimately fighting over it, and the bidding prices are going up and up. So there's a limit here. Maybe this is the important point. There's a limit over which companies control what real estate and what spectral real estate.
And can I throw in an analogy that actually is physically exactly true, but it's going to sound a bit hand wavy? Like, if you wanted to buy the color orange, and you bought the color orange, and your neighbors are like red, yellow, I suppose, red, orange, green, red and green. Is that right? Well, yeah. Like, if someone wanted to buy like a color in between red and orange, and you hadn't agreed that, like, at this point red cuts off and orange starts, I own that bit of the spectrum, because the visible light is the same spectrum as the radio waves, as the mobile phone signals. Like, you can't invent a color that doesn't exist, like orange, and go, I've just bought that. Right? Yeah. It's a physical constraint of the universe we live in.
Right. Okay. So this is where things get really interesting. It's frequency allocations, AST. Anyone watching our show on YouTube, if you've never seen a frequency allocation map before, you really might run out of the room scared, because it is quite an intimidating looking map. What we're looking at here is a zoomed in portion of the electromagnetic field that has to do with the radio spectrum portion. And you could see that band, or actually several bands, it's 3 bands stacked on top of each other, being divided into these thin colored slices. And here it's showing us specifically which slices AST Space Mobile has access to or owns outright.
And again, like, if you imagine these 3 bands, they're actually just one band. It's chopped into 3 just to get it as a picture on the paper. But if you kept going right and right and right, you'd eventually come into like visible light. Like, you'd start seeing stuff, and then you'd be into like X-rays. It's all the same thing.
All right. So why does any of this matter? Well, if we're talking about trying to send signals from out of space, there are limits to how much information you could send and who gets to send it. So really, a huge part of this project that AST is involved in is not merely figuring out the technical side of it, but figuring out once you can get your hands on the signal, how are you going to do it? You can't, you literally can't do it without legal permission. And so AST had to basically go around and figure out how are we going to get our hands on this prime real estate. Now, side note, not all real estate, as we know, is created equal. There's, to use the beach analogy, there's beachfront, there's boardwalk, and then there's, country bungalows, and then there's, ramshackle huts in the bad part of the town. Because we're talking about physical light waves, where they are on the physical spectrum actually tells you how they behave. It turns out that when you're in the low band portion of the spectrum, the waves are quite long, and they travel wide. They're kind of indestructible. You could say they go through walls. They're everywhere. They penetrate well, but you can't really transmit a lot of data on them. That's on one end of the spectrum. On the other side of the spectrum are the bands that have much higher frequencies going up and down, right? But very literally true, they might be stopped by a drop of rain or a leaf. Like that would be too much of an obstacle, but they can carry immense amounts of data. So go ahead.
And you can hear this every day. Like if you turn on the radio, maybe if you've got like an old-timey radio, you haven't just got FM, you've got AM. Well, AM is just lower frequency than FM, but they're on the same scale as we're looking at here. And when you hear AM, like sometimes you get like a radio station from like another continent, the other side of the world, but it's really poor quality. Like it's grungy and grainy and it's mono and it sounds like someone's shouting through a tube. But if you're listening to FM, it might be like the radio station in your nearby city and it's really high quality and it's like, stereo and it sounds great. And that's because there's more information in that FM signal, but it has to be nearer.
Exactly. So maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but if we go back to this fact that it's limited and telecommunication companies have been fighting over who controls what. If you go back to the graveyard portion of our show, we mentioned that some of these companies bought a lot of spectrum, but they weren't able to figure out the hand device or the ecosystems, but they still had this valuable piece of proprietary rights to spectrum, which they're now selling for billions of dollars, right? That's what we were talking about. Well, AST said to themselves, all these telecom companies own this stuff already. We can't get our hands on more of it. Why don't we partner with them? What if we became their allies and they give us access to their rights? And so, lo and behold, AST has put together a portfolio of different different spectral rights across a wide portion of this band.
So Christoph, in the diagram we're looking at on the YouTubes, we can see all the different frequency ranges and we can see where different organizations and companies own spectrum. So we can see a whole bunch of little yellow and blue blobs that are owned by ASTS.
Yeah, Badge. So I don't want to make this overcomplicated for folks. What we need to know is that essentially the majority of ownership of that AST has of spectrum is in the low band portion of the spectrum. It has about 1,150 megahertz worth of spectrum. So that tells you basically how wide their spectrum highway is. Because you could own some, right, but have a tiny little Italian alleyway of spectrum, or you could have a giant 8-lane mega highway, which obviously allows more data to go in. So AST primarily camped out in the portion of the spectrum that already works with everyday phones. This is the spectrum that AT&T and Verizon have rights to. So AST partnered with them and said, can we use this? And they said, sure. And then we're going to split the revenue 50-50. That's how that portion works. But more interestingly, AST is also making a play to own mid-band spectrum via the Legato purchase that's currently still in court. So this is now, these waves have slightly different quality. They penetrate slightly less better, but carry a little more data. It's kind of, in terms of the real estate analogy, it's maybe not beachfront property, but it's really quite good. It's like the boardwalk stuff. And you could do quite a lot of good things with this mid-band spectrum as well. Right now, it's this is when this purchase was announced, the AST community went wild because AST was paying $550 million for it, and the community was saying, "Wow, that's a deal. That's a steal." Might prove true, Badge, because later on, months down the line, we know that Musk bought some spectrum for his company for several $billion. So it might be true. It might really be the case that AST got itself quite the bargain if it goes through.
Yeah, that SpaceX news was quite interesting. And we'll talk about the implications on the business a bit later in the pod. But just to pin down what SpaceX essentially bought, they spent between, $9 and $20 billion buying a ton of spectrum. But ASTS still have access to 18 times more spectrum than SpaceX's deal because of their partnerships.
And if we're right, since we're doing a little bit of comparison now, I think it's really important. I didn't finish saying that AST is buying this mid-band for about $550 million, but there are estimates out there that say this itself is worth $9 to $27 billion. Just the spectrum itself. So this is an important point for people, potential investors of this company, to understand. This is why we are using the real estate analogy here. Most of the time, and how we started talking about this company, it is with the satellites, it is with the engineering, it is with the rockets, it is with the launches, right? But this thing, just this mid-band itself that AST is buying, could itself, very rationally, if you're using related comparisons, be worth the entire market cap itself. If we aggressively say value this Legato spectrum as being worth $25 billion because somebody else would pay that amount, perhaps Musk himself, and the company is currently trading at $25 billion market cap, right? You're kind of essentially saying you're getting everything else for free because the spectrum rights are that gosh darn important to this whole puzzle, like real estate.
Yeah, maybe. Let's put a pin in that and come back to it when we talk about the business itself.
Okay, great. So last layer is that AST also owns S-band, which is further up in the on the frequency map. And here, the important thing to know is that in terms of rights, this would allow, owning the higher frequency rights would allow it to expand more internationally, because that's where the holders of these rights are located. So this is this is where AST starts getting interested in the rest of the world outside, call it merely Europe or North America, or the deals they're making with Japan. This is out of the AST Space Mobile Investors deck. This is a pretty tidy graphic that shows AST owning, now this is in terms of amount, 1,150 megahertz of low and mid band. That's mostly owned by the networks themselves. You could see they own about 45 megahertz worth of the mid-band stuff, and they own about 60 megahertz of the higher frequency S-band. This is allocated across many different partners plus proprietary ownership. So in total, when you add those numbers up, they own quite a wide range of different sections of the spectrum, and they own quite a lot of it in terms of volume.
Yes, it's like having like their co-owned real estate with the mobile operators, and between them, those guys own like almost all of the landscape. Plus, they've got some exclusive private property in the US that they can't quite build on yet because like regular mobile phones can't access the L-band yet. And they've also got some property overseas where they've got some S-band frequency. So these are like things for them to grow into in the future, potentially.
Exactly. And because this stuff is incredibly complex, you're dealing with regulations and regulatory bodies across multiple companies, across multiple continents and countries. Any negotiation you have with one party, you have to have with another party, and it takes years to sort through. This shows you quite cleanly where it is that AST is setting up shop and which of the bands are actually commercially now viable and which ones are still pending approval. But the bottom line, I think, for us is that you cannot understand what AST is doing without seeing just how many pieces of real estate it has set up shop in, and that it's quite wide and diverse, and they have many access points through which to make people's phones ring.
So you've told us all about spectrum, but we haven't really talked about wars. Where does the war come in?
Well, Badge, I mean, I guess you know this as well as I do, being a SpaceX shareholder. When you have a limited resource and you know that your whole business depends on access to it, you're going to do everything you can, including playing dirty, to get your hands on it. And my understanding from a very high level is that there's all kinds of lawsuits and countersuits and monopoly tactics, and these guys are not playing fair. No, these guys, I mean, legacy issues, but we own this way back, and bankruptcy issues. And so right now, if you really want to understand like how all of this is unfolding, I would encourage you to read or look up the book Spectrum Wars by Jennifer Manner, who is the woman who has been involved with a lot of this regulatory policy for decades and now sits squarely on the AST side and is helping AST navigate through these thickets.
I'm not proud of the way SpaceX or Starlink navigated some of this stuff. They helped write some of the interference rules, and it was a kind of broad industry consensus. But then when it came down to the crunch with their current gen satellites, they couldn't adhere to the rules that they'd helped draft. What it meant was they're essentially like polluting the airwaves with interference. And they seem to have got a waiver for that.
It kind of works on the technical level, as we know that the space Starlink satellites are not as powerful, obviously, as AST. So they need to basically amplify they need to kind of turn the gain up. And when you turn the gain up, the spectrum, the wavelengths actually go wider, and they cross over to the lanes that they're not supposed to, interfering and actually causing havoc. It's like someone walking by your, beach bungalow and throwing a dirty can on your lawn.
Yeah, we're talking about SpaceX versus ASTS, and it is informative just to look at how much real estate, like how many megahertz they each have available to them today. So, and just to describe it for you, if you're not on the YouTubes, ASTS, through its partnerships with all the mobile phone operators around the world, they have 1,150 megahertz that they can address. It's a pretty broad range on that frequency map we looked at earlier. Plus, they just bought 45 megahertz of L-band and 60 megahertz of S-band. So they're the green bars on the diagram we're looking at now. In comparison, SpaceX, through their partnership with T-Mobile, can address 5 megahertz. 5 is a lot smaller than 1,150 because they just got that one partnership. And they recently acquired a company called EchoStar. And by buying EchoStar, they got access to, or they own directly now, another 65 megahertz. But that 65 megahertz, a bit like L-band, like that's in a range that your regular mobile phones on the street today can't access. So that's kind of banking something for the future.
Yeah, and maybe this is getting a little ahead of ourselves when we get to competition stuff, but I'd be amiss not to mention that as of this recording date, the 1-year T-Mobile partnership that SpaceX Starlink has with T-Mobile is set to expire in about 2 days. So there is very clear tea leaf reading because of the personnel involved who are actually leaving Starlink and moving to AST, that it's, I hope I don't have egg on my face for saying this, inevitable that T-Mobile will also leave the Starlink camp, join AST, and taking with it the rights to even those 5 megahertz. So Starlink very well might be left with the mere 65 that they just bought for many billions of dollars. Badge, one additional thing I want to address is that the wheeling and dealing for spectrum is far from over. There are still many partnerships and many licenses that are crossing hands for massive amounts of money. There's something in the works right now between grain management and T-Mobile, and eventually that T-Mobile spectrum via this grain might make its way to the big AST storage. So it's kind of like you can't, like in the real estate world, it's not over till it's over, and it's worth a lot of money. Okay, Badge, so far what we've been talking about for the most part is licensed spectrum. There's also a whole bunch of spectrum that is unlicensed, meaning it does not belong to one party. And what's fascinating is that very, very recently, the FCC has gone on record that they want to open up more of the spectrum for use by basically everybody. Now, the AST bulls were very excited because they're saying, "Oh my God, yay! Now we could use different bands for different projects, like say drones, as one example that's very, very common, or Internet of Things." Now, this is actually, if you're talking about TAM, total addressable market, the moment you start adding words like AI and every single doohickey is going to have a signal and you need to have it on all the time, then having a signal that's also always on, it's a huge deal, right? So there is reason to be excited. However, not to oversell this thing, because it's unlicensed, it won't belong solely to AST, and you can imagine the competition to gain access to some of this stuff will be fierce. And so this is why the analogy of real estate is a really good one. Pure spectrum with rights is like you own the location, nobody could touch it. It's very, very valuable and can't be encroached on. All this unlicensed stuff is not real estate.
Yeah, like an example of unlicensed spectrum is Wi-Fi. Like you install like a router in your house. You don't have to get like a permission or a certificate to use your router. You just use it. And then maybe your router conflicts with the guys next door. But modern routers have some clever technology where they kind of analyze the spectrum in your neighborhood, and they find like a little sliver that they can communicate on so that you don't flood like the airwaves and stop, get your signal interrupted by your neighbors. Same kind of thing. It's all just kind of an allocated, unlicensed set of spectrum. And it's like, let the people in there kind of figure it out as they go.
Yeah, and maybe the take home is that it's in a lot of people's interest to start opening up more of this and letting companies actually put it to use, because the use cases are growing by the minute. All right, Badge, we have one really important remaining point to make about spectrum and spectrum rights and spectrum wars. And this has to do with AST's design physical design, engineering design, to keep the data inside each country's own network. Remember that dumb architecture, the bent pipe from the science portion of the show, as opposed to what Starlink did, which is it routes the information through Musk's own network. Now, if you're a government, if you're a sovereign nation, where do you want your data to live? Inside your own network or inside a billionaire's private network? Or public-private, but controlled by one sovereign individual as opposed to country? I think that answer is obvious, right? And Japan, for example, just proved it. Rakuten, basically, as we know, has been an AST ally now for years. And they said, we want Japan to control its own data network from space. And of course, there were many bids for this job, two of which were AST and Starlink. And it has not officially been announced as of this recording, but again, the tea leaves are now all over the documents that Japan favored going with AST. Logically, this is not a surprise. No surprise at all, but it's still a recent development. Same exact kind of thing is happening in Europe, where all of the telecoms got together, created a joint venture, and said, we want to partner as a unified regulatory body with AST so that we get to keep our own data sovereign. The quickest way of saying all of that, or summarizing it, Badge, is that geopolitics itself is now a distribution channel, and it certainly favors the AST engineering route because of privacy.
Makes total sense. And I'd want the same thing if I had like data that was super private to me. I wouldn't be like, don't put your private photos on the internet, right? You can keep them on like your Polaroid camera in the drawer by the bed. But if you take them on your mobile phone, they're in the cloud, and who knows where they end up and what gets trained on them if you let your data get out of your own hands.
Yeah, and I think in terms of dominoes, this is going to be that kind of effect. Start with Japan, Europe is unfolding, but then if you're a sovereign nation, I don't know. It's hard. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's hard for me to imagine from the sovereign aspect why a country would side with non-proprietary, non-private.
Well, it might be in defense. I don't know the details of the contracts. It might be cheaper. And there might be contractual agreements around the use of the data and like geographic ring fencing. But to some extent, you have to trust like your partner that they're going to adhere to the terms of the contract. And it might be quite hard to validate that. You might audit it on day one, but who knows if it changes on year 3. So I can see some reasons why, if you're a bit lazy or you're trying to cut corners, or maybe some other geopolitical reason you don't want to get into bed with ASTS, you might partner. Because I think there are other players as well. Like, we're going to come on to the competition and the competitive landscape a bit later in the show. And it's not just a 2-horse race. There are other players in the space.
So maybe the last way to end this segment, I'm going to pipe up and say, even though I'm no expert in geopolitical matters, I haven't been keeping tabs on the Ukraine-Russia conflict. I do know enough, or I think I know enough, to say the fact that Starlink was involved in a major war, and the decision whether or not to turn on signals that affected how the war was unfolding fell ultimately on basically Musk, created, I don't know if it's unprecedented, but it certainly created a situation where I don't see how sovereign governments going forward could say, regardless of which side you're on, right, whether you're allied with Russia or Ukraine, the thought that a decision that will determine the outcome of your war could be in the hands other than your own won't affect how people are thinking through these kinds of decisions going forward.
agree with that. So, Christoph, I feel like we've now really wrung the death out of the technology. We talked about the science. We talked about the birds, the satellites themselves. And now we've talked all about spectrum and the complexities. It might be now time to put like the nuts and bolts and the technology behind us and look at the business. And if you think about ASTS, one of the most innovative things it's done isn't the satellites. It isn't the incredible unfolding technology and the beamforming. One of the most innovative things they've done is their business arrangement with the mobile network operators. So let's cover that in our next section. I got a bit of a challenge here, because if I think about myself, I'm very much target audience for having always on phone, like satellite connectivity. I said the other day, if I'm on the train and I'm like between a certain stop and another stop, I lose signal. But more importantly, I'm on like motorcycle trips in the mountains, or I was in Andorra the other day. We all had to turn our phones to like airplane mode because we didn't get zapped by Andorra's like crazy costs. And I'm on a mountain skiing, like I lose signal if it's not like a well infrastructured mountain. So I'm the kind of guy who should buy this. $10 a month feels quite steep to me personally.
All right, Badge, let's talk about the business. And this is maybe one of the most fascinating things about this whole enterprise, which is that, believe it or not, it's not a stretch to say that AST doesn't sell you anything, which is kind of a wild idea, right? How is you're going to be $1 trillion company, but you're not going to sell anyone anything? And in the technical sense, it's true, because the genius move, or the first genius move, is that AST is going to borrow the spectrum from the major network operators, the AT&Ts and the Verizons and the possibly T-Mobiles and Vodafones, right? They're the ones that had to pay billions of dollars.
And so ASTS, in doing that, are sidestepping the whole spectrum war.
Yes. Second of all, and this is really important, notice that in this step 2, AST does not deal with the consumer directly. They don't have to have an HR department. They're not dealing with people missing payments. All they're doing, really, is borrowing spectrum from the networks, right? How much did they pay for all of this borrowed spectrum? $0. They control a massive amount. Forget the pieces that they own themselves.
Well, they probably have an HR department, but they don't have like 100 million customers. They have like 20 customers, and like a customer is like Vodafone, not Christoph.
Right, exactly. Now, if you've ever read any income statement or balance sheet or cash flow statement, you know that there's a lot of cost of goods sold and plant and PPE. I mean, there's all sorts of line items that waste your margins away. And to AST's great benefit, that's all being outsourced. So you borrow the spectrum, then what do? Okay, you then fly the towers. That's all the stuff we've been talking about, right? One constellation, though, after all of the bluebirds are up in the sky and operational, the same constellation serves every single partner. So if you translate that to margin speak, anytime another person joins any of your partner networks, you are paying zero additional cost to get that additional customer. That's all bottom line margin accretion stuff. So fly the towers, and of course it's easier said than done, but that's the thing basically that the network operators are paying for, because obviously they can't do any of that themselves.
Yeah, and having to acquire customers is a pain in their backside for most companies. And you got like churn, and then you have to spend money on boring things like marketing. And ASTS don't have any of that. They have their relationships with the AT&Ts, the Vodafones, maybe in the future the T-Mobiles, and as these companies onboard like another customer, another 100 customers, it's a tiny, tiny sliver of extra utilization on the network that ASTS have already put into orbit.
Exactly. So, but where does the money come in? Well, at the end of this, there's a bill. And let's use a number that's approximate. It's actually varied, but let's use $10 a month as the fee you're going to be expected to pay to gain access to an always-on telephone signal. The math here is actually quite simple. The partnership said up front, the partnerships said, okay, we're allies, we're partners. Let's do this 50-50. We're charging the customer $10 a month. We keep 5, we the AT&Ts, AST gets the other 5. And now really it becomes a question of just how many people end up signing up and splitting this 50-50 bill.
I got a bit of a challenge here, because if I think about myself, I'm very much target audience for having always on phone, like satellite connectivity. I said the other day, if I'm on the train and I'm like between a certain stop and another stop, I lose signal. But more importantly, I'm on like motorcycle trips in the mountains, or I was in Andorra the other day. We all had to turn our phones to like airplane mode because we didn't get zapped by Andorra's like crazy costs. And I'm on a mountain skiing, like I lose signal if it's not like a well infrastructured mountain. So I'm the kind of guy who should buy this. $10 a month feels quite steep to me personally.
All right, Scrooge McBadger. This is surprising to hear that. I believe you. But let me paint the bullish picture on this. Imagine you're a young dad with a 8-year-old daughter going on a school trip somewhere. It doesn't necessarily even have to be an exotic location, right? But we know that in 2026, having connection to your daughter is going to be of primary importance. The ad for people paying $10 a month isn't that this product will be used all the time by everyone. It is more of the, if you get into a situation that is unpleasant or perhaps dangerous, then you cannot be without it. And this, I think, you and I talk about cybersecurity all the time. I think your pitch there is, if you are a company and you don't pay your cybersecurity bill only to wake up that all of your customer data is wiped out, you're done for. Your career is over. Your company might be dead, and you simply cannot afford not to pay that bill. So I go back, I reverse engineer this and say, yeah, okay, $10 a month for something you might use once a year or 5 times a year. That seems like pricey. But then explain to your wife, Mrs. Badger, that you can't find your daughter because Mr. Badger was too cheap to pay the $10 a month.
Well, maybe because the whole space has got to shake out. And maybe what we end up with is a whole range of different business models. Like sometimes you go on vacation and you buy like a SIM for the location you're going to, so your phone can work, because maybe that country isn't covered by your home network. Maybe it's a bit like that. Maybe you turn satellite connectivity on for a month or for a week or for an hour, and you pay for the time you use. And maybe some people have the option to have it on permanently, and they're paying like a lower rate, a bit like a gym membership. A lot of gyms charge like a lot of money, and they oversubscribe because they know like after January, most people aren't going to show up.
Right. There's going to be wild valuations. The $10 a month number is ballpark. I believe it's going to be more expensive in major metropolitan areas. It's going to be cheaper in legitimate rural areas. That has not been settled. And of course, we won't know until, we actually get the data. But they've been testing this stuff now, in test groups for a while. I think it's going to be some amount that to me feels reasonable, to you might feel like too much. We'll find out.
I agree with you, but let me just attack and invert your example of like rural versus city. Because if you're in the city, you don't need this stuff because you have great coverage.
Well, no, that's not true. That's not true because if you've been to Manhattan, right, your phone stops working because there's the actual strength of the signal weakens, or you might be in a building that doesn't penetrate Wi-Fi. So I don't think that's the case.
Okay, maybe, but I think a stronger, not analogy, a stronger way of looking at it is, say, like continental US versus, I don't know, Ukraine, as you said, or India, or sub-Saharan Africa. Like the same, these are global capabilities that ASTS is rolling out. Once they have their full constellation, they're going to price it differently in different markets based on like what the market can afford to pay.
Right. And I just thought of another kind of edge case example, which speaks to you won't use it a lot or often, but when you do, you're going to be grateful for it. Think of the cruise ship industry. I don't know what the numbers are, but it's a serious industry. People, go sailing around the world or all the time. If you've ever been on a cruise or on a flight or some, ocean place, you know that the Wi-Fi experience is absolutely dreadful. Would you be willing to pay $10 a month to, feel secure in that kind of context? I bet you a surprisingly large number of people would say, yeah, it's worth even that.
I guess if you're flying some janky airline that doesn't have Starlink on board, because most major airlines do these days.
So let's talk about maybe what the really exciting portion of the business model is. And I think it's best explained by quantity. No partners signed graphic. This is where we get, I think, to why in some ways the math here is the story. In the end, at the moment, AST has partnered with over 60 different mobile networks. If you crudely add up the math, you're talking about 3 billion plus subscribers. I think the whole point is that even something like $1 a month, it's going to be more than that, but even $1 a month, $2 a month, gets you into revenue in the billions instantly. This is kind of, if I remember right, years ago when I started following this story, I think this is the piece that captured my imagination as an investor. I thought of the at the moment, it's a sci-fi story. Okay, once we get these satellites up, then there's going to be a light switch moment, right? They go on. And if you pay your $5 a month or $2 a month, all of a sudden your phone will have this new magic capacity of always being on. When I multiplied that by the billions, at margins, we'll get to those in a bit, but they're going to be very, very, very high. I kind of thought like, whoa, is this too good to be true? But if we go back to this graphic of just how many partners AST has, the billions of subscribers that they're involved with relative, in this case, to Starlink and other competitors, it's a quantifiably huge gap. And that's exciting to me as a business owner.
Yeah, 100%. And as they turn on their capacity, it's not like they have to grow to 300 billion subscribers. They almost have access to them on day one, because those customers, like you and me, have already been acquired by the mobile operators.
There's some people online in the space mob community that have made business models, business generating models with different inputs. And one of the buttons you could, toggle on and off is the per month fee and the associated share price that would go, right? If you get $5 a month, $7 a month, it's pretty wild how quickly the value of this business can grow once you start pushing some of those numbers to the more optimistic scenarios. I don't know how it's going to play out. Obviously, I'm an AST bull. I think it's going to play out.
Christoph, we say these other guys made their fancy estimates to get to a share price. You made something pretty cool, very simple to use, a bunch of sliders on our ASTS tool, which you can get access to It goes in partnership with this podcast. You can find it at wallstreetwildlife.com if you go search for our AST episode. And you've got like a nice, simple little tool here I was playing with this morning where you can tweak like the number of partner subscribers reached. So, how many billion end consumers, the attach rate, like what percentage of those people actually sign up, the retail price. Like if I'm a Scrooge McBadger, I guess my retail price, I've turned that dial down from like $10 to $3. If it's $3, I think I'd pay that without like badgering too much. And maybe like the revenue share goes like 70-30 in the hands of the mobile operator, like worst case perhaps. Even with those kind of very conservative numbers, it's still over $1 billion of annual recurring revenue for AST. So go have a play with the tool, see what numbers you get out.
Right, and that's the starting point. And if we remember, maybe we haven't talked about margins yet, but most analysts I've come across are placing the margins closer to 90% than they are 80%. Those kinds of margins are very, very, very rare. It was only during the SaaS era where, we got really exciting, SaaS is the best business model of all time talk, where companies were pushing 70%, maybe high 70s. Here, really, I see skepticism. Blaring from your eyes, Badge. Once the constellations are up, right? Ultimately, the main expenditures will be the maintenance costs, right? Which will not be negligible. But it also, if you remember what I said earlier, because there won't be that many of these satellites, the math is actually quite extraordinarily, because they've outsourced the margin sucks to the MNOs, the network operators, the AT&Ts. So, but it doesn't even matter. If our margin is 80 or 90%, that's just shockingly high. So for now, I'm just saying, this really is about get as many people on board and then collect your money.
I get it. All right, I'm going to infer you're talking about gross margin. You didn't say which margin. 90% gross margin when you got to run like a satellite constellation, you got to buy launch capacity. I mean, maybe if your satellites don't fall out of the sky and burn up quicker than you expect, maybe, but I think that's yet to be proven. So that's part of my like badger skepticism of any company that's pre-revenue, because they ain't really proven their business model yet. Okay,
that's fair. I have a ace in my back pocket, Badge, and unfortunately, I don't think anyone knows the specific details of this, but there's a whole nother business packed inside AST that we haven't even mentioned once. And that is the fact that once you have a satellite sending signals from out of space, the entire defense industry wakes up and says, hey, we need some of that too. Why? Because if you think about it, I mean, in a simple scenario, if you're a soldier on the ground, you are carrying some kind of technical equipment. You're carrying some sort of phone. And that matters to both the allies and your enemies. You want to know, if you're an ally, you want to know who's where, and you want to be able to transmit information. And also, as an enemy, if you could find where your enemies are, you're in better shape. There's also stuff like radars. There's also stuff like more advanced GPS capacities. There's the whole Golden Dome project that the U.S. is involved in, and we know that AST is very much in line to gain access to a lot of these contracts. In fact, quote from a recent earnings call from the big boss himself, We are present from FirstNet to the classified all the way to the Golden Dome. Mr. Wisniewski said, up to 10 use cases, each a potential program of record, defense a billion-dollar business over the long term. Space Force budget is rising. Government contracts did for SpaceX what they may do for AST. Its revenue, its credibility, and in the end, when the government is involved, there's a lot of subsidies, potentially. There's potential tax credits. There's potential for paying for launches. The government is the one business partner that, lo and behold, has the ability to print its own money. So, unfortunately, at the time of this recording, the specifics are few and far between. But when you add many billions of dollars on top of the cell phone business, plus, all the AI, IoT stuff, I get more confident in the margins holding up pretty darn well.
Yeah, like I'm sure the military, or most militaries, certainly US and China, have their own sensing satellites for exactly these kind of purposes. But when a private industry company like AST comes along, puts up 45 satellites that are the biggest things we've ever put into orbit, they do just the laws of physics that we touched on like an hour or two ago. They just have very different capability range than smaller satellites, even if they're highly specialized. And so, yeah, I totally buy this. There's a whole range of applications where AST could be selling intel, selling capability to various militaries.
Right. And let me just tease out what you're implying, because I think it might make a difference. You said biggest satellite. That's true. But what that means is also, in this context, most accurate, most powerful. And so, when I use the example of the young father with the daughter, can you afford not to spend $10 a month to ensure your daughter doesn't get lost in the woods? If you're the military and you have a tank, or you're running some secret operation and you need the signal to penetrate the thickest wall, you need it to work because it's the strongest, best signal available, are you going to go with the provider that actually carries that best signal, or are you going to try to cut corners and go for a weaker signal that might actually jeopardize people's lives? In the end, I'm talking through a bullish lens now, but it is hard for me to argue against bigger is best equals life-saving. And that's a kind of moat that is, goes back to what we're talking about this whole episode, the physics. There's no way around it. All right, Badge. One of the reasons I was looking most forward to recording this with you is because I know you are, I hope it's fair to say, primarily a SpaceX investor, or you've invested with SpaceX longer than you have AST, or you have, I get the sense you're more of a SpaceX Starlink bull than you are an AST one, even though you obviously hold both. And so as a little bit of a, wet blanket, I need you to tell me the realities, or help our listeners understand that this is going to be a highly competitive market, no two ways about it. And that's what you'll hear in our next segment about the competition. AST, on the other hand, has exactly 0 subscribers generating revenue today. So in terms of competition, it's the race has started. And there's only one runner, really, and it's Starlink. So the question isn't who's winning; it's where is the puck going.
Christoph, let's talk competition. And before we get into this, let me just address something, just to contextualize kind of where I am in my own head. So, when we talk about competition between SpaceX and AST, that's kind of the wrong comparison. What we're saying specifically here in this episode is AST versus Starlink. Now, yeah, you're right. I am a bigger SpaceX bull. And this might sound a little bit insane, but it's like my science fiction kind of aspirations kicking in. Starlink, in my mind, is a little bit irrelevant in the SpaceX long-term story. Like, it's interesting. It's creating, it's like the main revenue driver for the company. Great. It is in this competition with AST and another player we'll talk about in this segment. But to me, the more interesting stuff around SpaceX is launch, interplanetary, intergalactic, right? And AST are not going there. But let's put that aside.
All right. And just so people don't accuse us of being a mere AST hype pod, we try to tell it like it is. Let's lay the starting line, because currently, in this very moment, as we're recording, the truth is that the single most used satellite to phone service on Earth right now is Starlink. Right? T-Satellite has been commercially live with T-Mobile since July 25 at about $10 a month. And there's gripes about the quality of the service, but more or less you're getting texting, your location, right? You get some apps, 60 phone models. The Starlink Direct to Cell claimed 16 million unique users at about the 10. So that's about what 10 million a month actives across T-Mobile, Rogers, KDDI, blah blah blah, targeting about 25 million by year end. AST, on the other hand, has exactly 0 subscribers generating revenue today. So in terms of competition, it's the race has started, and there's only one runner really, and it's Starlink. So the question isn't who's winning; it's where is the puck going, and can we say anything intelligent about that?
So let's try to, and we need to bring in like our third player here. So if you're on the YouTubes, there is a third player. We've got SpaceX partnered with T-Mobile, but as Christoph said, in 2 days' time, maybe that partnership falls apart. Who knows? You'll know by the time you listen to this episode. We've got the Carrier Alliance, which is ASTS, with nearly 60 mobile network operators all around the world. But there's also this third player, which is Amazon, who really came into the news recently, just April, when they bought Globalstar for $11.5 billion. And Amazon, with Blue Origin, Bezos's rocket baby, they're putting their own constellation up. It was the market thought that Amazon was going after a different kind of market, like a small number of ultra high bandwidth connections, so you could link like your data centers together via space, via satellites. But when they bought Globalstar, that kind of indicates that they might be thinking about a direct to consumer model, a bit like Starlink's when they bought Spectrum.
And one thing I want listeners to consider, I had to consider this, is that we're kind of also talking about like frenemies territory here, because there's legal regulations that the rocket launchers must follow, because it's very clear that, for example, AST is getting their satellites on SpaceX. It would be against the law for SpaceX to deny launch capacity for AST, but how true will that be going forward? It's kind of unclear. And the same kind of thing is happening with Amazon. What's interesting is that, if you're reading this more like a soap opera story, you could start invoking conspiracy theories that isn't it convenient that New Glenn blew up, right? And postponed ASTs, or that the booster didn't reach orbit because you're talking about a potential competitor. I think that's nonsense, but it has to be mentioned that there's these overmingling capacities that are splitting in multiple directions.
Yeah, and ASTS, they don't aspire to be a launch provider, so they're always going to be dependent on other companies to put their stuff into space, and that's going to be the case for many industries in the future. And in essence, that is my bull case for SpaceX.
So, what's your honest? If you could look 2 years in the future, Badge, do you have an intuitive sense of what the world looks like once, let's say, the launching problem has been solved? Because I'm making the claim that that's just a matter of time. It's an if. It's not an if. It's a when. So at some point, AST will have their satellites up. At some point, Starlink will have their satellites going. At some point, I'm guessing Amazon does have their constellation up. What's the world look like in terms of competition in 2 years' time?
And maybe even Rocket Lab, right, with their acquisition of Iridium, bringing them out of the graveyard.
Great point.
So yeah, like I think this is great for consumers. Like Scrooge McBadger wants to pay $3 a month, and so if there's only one provider, I probably have to pay $10 a month. If there's lots of providers, maybe eventually I get it free. It's just bundled into my like existing telecoms package. So that's great. It's going to become like space is going to become commoditized at some point, but right now it's very much like a SpaceX show with Rocket Lab playing like a smaller role. And launch is essentially solved now. It's just SpaceX are trying to transition to a much bigger capacity rocket with Starship over Falcon. And that's needed because you want to put like these giant bits of equipment into orbit or maybe onto the moon. Well, you can't do that on a smaller rocket. What does it mean for AST? I think they've got the best business model, unarguably, in my mind, because they didn't have to participate in the spectrum wars. They didn't have to buy like tens of billions of dollars worth of spectrum. And that is going to accrue to like the bottom line. And they couldn't afford to buy spectrum in the way that their competitors, if you think about like Starlink and Amazon and Rocket Lab, they couldn't, like, they haven't got the deep pockets that those guys have.
Bracketing the 550 million for Legato, which
Sure,
if it is, and if the 500 million is worth 20 billion, then that's obviously genius in hindsight. But go ahead.
Right. If you look at the like on paper capability of the providers today, it seems like ASTS like win this hands down. But I think there is a wild card, and to me it comes down to like never bet against Elon Musk. Like Starlink are transitioning to their version 3 satellites at the moment, and that's dependent on getting Starship operational, because the V3 satellites are much bigger. They need to be able to put like bigger payload capacity to put these bigger satellites in orbit. The physics, I agree with everything we talked about like an hour or two ago. Thousands of satellites versus 45 satellites, but the 45 satellites are much bigger, more power, but we don't really know the capability of Starlink's V3 direct to consumer proposition yet. And so laws of physics aside, like there's probably still a whole bunch of innovation and technology and capability to wring out of a huge constellation of thousands of satellites that are physically smaller. And I think it'd be foolish to put all your cards in one camp and say, well, ASTS clearly are going to win this because you're counting Musk out, and there's a graveyard of investors who counted Musk out.
That's a great point. I actually would like to invoke any of our listeners who are technically inclined to comment on this particular piece, because regarding the physics, I lean in the bullish camp, but it might be a little naive, because part of the bullish camp in this sense is that we know Abel has been patenting the heck out of all of this for years. And now what's the number? 3,900 patents. And so I'm not learned enough, expert enough to comment on just how much of the, call it size physics advantage, has been to a certain degree locked up by AST in order to prevent exactly what you're alluding to, that there are going to be multiple paths to solving these problems. But what if the majority of them are actually already in the AST's pocket? So obviously that would be a great reality for AST, but I don't know, and I'm curious what our listeners have to say about that. Can I make 2 additional points here about this projected future badge? Tell me if you agree with this. one way or another, this is a market that cannot be had by only one. There must, by definition, be, at minimum, a duopoly, obviously, but seemingly like 3 competitors, 4 competitors is going to be the de facto bottom, because it's just too huge of a market and you cannot control information as a monopoly because of what we learned from When Wire Was King, that documentary. When AT&T tried this, people said, no, I mean, it just doesn't work. The resource is too scarce, it's too important, and it cuts off innovation, and you're going to go through if history is, if we learn from history, it just is not going to be the case. And so we could assume there will be multiple competitors, but from the business standpoint, if the market is so huge, then all of these can potentially be winners. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And it's because we're forecasting out a couple of years. Because today, ASTS would seem to have it locked down if you compare them to the current capabilities of Starlink. But yeah, looking out at the future, it's quite hard to project. And I totally agree with your first point. Like, it's bad for consumers, which means it's bad for society, which means it's ultimately bad for the company if there's like a monopoly, because you just end up with like a whole bunch of monopoly regulations coming in and slamming you.
Okay. Second point, and maybe this is the most crucial specifically for AST. I'm naming it the problem of timing because I guess it's a question of switching costs. If AST can get their satellites and the constellation working before the rivals get theirs going, we know Amazon is going to be the last to make it, then it seems to be the case, as in all network effects, that once you subscribe to a network or belong to some network, that company retains that customer usually for life. Because if you had, I mean, I've been with AT&T for 20 years, because why? I still have my old number from New Jersey, for God's sakes. And I've lived in Texas for 20 years, right? I mean, there's that inertia and so forth. So yes, it still might be, I'm guessing first is also last. So that to capture that first customer is huge. My guess also is it's exactly why AST raised the last bit of capital, even though they technically didn't have to. They want to ensure that the satellites get up and that they're not delayed any longer than they have to be. Do you think this is a reasonable case in terms of talking about competition, that the later you come to this party, the less there will be for you to eat?
No, I don't. Because if my mobile operator, Vodafone, partnered with a satellite, like say satellite was important to me, and I could actually only get 10 megabits, 100 megabits, which is great. I could watch YouTube on that. But, you know, our desire to consume more and more is like never ending as humans. And like I used to cringe at home because I had like pretty poor like fiber to the cabinet. So it's quite hard for me to like manage the podcast and upload and download like 5 and 10 gigabyte files every week to do the editing. And now I was like, I must get fiber, like gigabit. Now I've got gigabit. I'm like, this isn't enough. I want 10 gigabit. How do I get that? So, our desire to have more there's no end to it. And if ASTS's solution is like best in class for a couple of years, but someone else comes along, maybe Starlink, maybe some other totally new player doesn't exist today, and if they can offer me like gigabit to my phone when I'm like walking in the woods, I mean, heck, I'm going to sign up for that.
Okay, so you have no loyalty. You're a mercenary.
Because it's a commodity. It's just like ones and zeros ultimately, and then like the company you happen to pay the bill to. Vodafone are good enough for where I live, But if there was a better provider, I'd switch in a hurry.
Yeah, that's interesting. And meanwhile, I'm with AT&T for 20 years. I doubt they've been the best given my web experience. But so I don't know. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I do think there is some advantage to be had by locking up customers up front. Maybe not as great an advantage as I thought it was. Badge.
Just it's the ever-ending thing about like a commodity versus like something that has a brand recognition. And I think when you're buying like data or electricity or gas or, whatever, some sort of, commoditized utility, do you really care? You just want like the best service at the best price, and it has to be safe and it has to be reliable and da 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 da. And if a provider can offer those things, then, jump ship.
Okay, so let's talk about an interesting tidbit, Badge. AT&T, Verizon, Vodafone, Google all own AST stock. I think that's an interesting tidbit to unpack, because if you're watching, where capital is actually going, it's kind of separating. There seems to be an implied line, friend versus enemy, and it seems like all the carriers are legitimately drifting toward AST for a very good reason. And I want to pitch it to you this way. It's because there is this sense that if you are not with AST, you're joining up with an actual entity that might be your rival. Whereas AST is kind of saying, we are completely neutral by design. We're just taking care of the engineering for you. We're taking care of the physics for you. Everything else is in your hands. And T-Mobile is the interesting case, right? Because the contract is about to run out. Musk has almost explicitly signaled that they're interested in creating their own network with their own devices. And so T-Mobile must be sitting there, absolutely terrified that their partner is going to be a rival. So I think it's kind of a case right now in terms of alignment of how the chess pieces are setting up, that you either join AST as an MNO or you die on the vine. What do you think of that assessment?
I agree in part, and I massively disagree in part. So, I don't think where you're invested necessarily tells you anything about, which camp you're in. Because just like an individual investor, a company, and I just did a bit of fact checking as you were speaking, just because you said Google, because I knew that was wrong for Google. As an individual investor, I own Amazon, I own Rocket Lab, I own ASTS, and I own SpaceX. I don't have to choose one and then I'm not allowed to buy the others. And that is the same for a big institution. And in fact, Google made a $900 million investment in SpaceX over 10 years ago. So they actually have a very significant stake today. And they've done new deals since then. You're right. AT&T evidently doesn't own any SpaceX, maybe to their chagrin, who knows? And Vodafone owns ASTS, but I think they also have a joint venture that gives them some exposure to SpaceX. So, so I don't think where you're invested is necessarily very informative. And if you're smart, you will be invested in your competitors, because it's like a hedge in some ways, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean, you're not in a camp in terms of your business relationships. That's a very different thing in my mind. And clearly there are much clearer, battle lines drawn.
Badge, one of the elephants in the room we haven't discussed at all yet are the two most populous countries in the world, China and India. What's the lay of the land there in terms of competition?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? North of 1 billion people in each of those countries, growing at an incredible rate. Well, India certainly is, not sure about China. But geographically, smaller certainly than the continental US. the image we got on screen right now, if you're on the YouTubes, is like a rough chart of ASTS's potential coverage based on the mobile network operator partnerships it has. You can see India like lit up, but it's because they have like a sort of niche partnership potentially with a smaller player in that market. It's not like comprehensive. Like if we kind of pare back from the politics and just think about like the business and the physics of it, you got to have your satellites in low Earth orbit, so like 500 kilometers or so, thereabouts, if you want to have like the speed of light from the ground, from the phone in your hand to the satellite 500 kilometers up. You want to send a signal, send voice, send data, whatever you're doing, playing a video game, good example, because you need like low latency for that. And if your satellite is in geostationary orbit, like which means it's so high that when it's whizzing super fast, it's actually sort of keeping pace with a particular, like it stays over a fixed point. So if you're China, like they do have a geostationary service, which is 38,000 kilometers up. And if you can buy a modified smartphone in China today, so like kind of like a brick phone, I guess, I haven't seen one, where you can make phone calls. And there's some latency. It's like a bit slower because the satellite signal has to go up 38,000 kilometers and back down again. But it works. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about like low Earth orbit, super low latency, high data. And so at that height, like your satellites are going round and round the Earth multiple times a day. Like they're whizzing 17,000 kilometers an hour. And so like if you're only serving one tiny country, let's say India, like massive country, but geographically like sort of quite small in the context of the whole planet, well, your low Earth orbit satellites are only over India for, maybe like a 20th or a 25th of the day. So they could still be doing something useful around, I don't know, monitoring or defense. But if you want to have like the core business model of just serving phone calls to your customers in India, well, you'd need a bunch more satellites, and individually each satellite is only sort of, inverted commas, doing something useful when it's physically over India, which might be for like 10 minutes and then it's gone and you have to wait for it to come round again. So you could end up spending quite a lot of money to have a constellation that like is continually putting satellites over India, and most of that constellation isn't useful for your core business model of serving customers in your market. And so that is an advantage of like a global or a geographically diversified model like ASTS's, because they have the map we're looking at right now. They have partners all across the continental US, North and South America. They've got partners in Europe, in Africa, Australia, Japan. So their satellites are serving like their core demographic more of the time because they're more often over like a populated area. Sure, there's like the other side of the planet where there's a huge Pacific Ocean and maybe you're only serving like a couple of cruise ships and airliners. But it sort of makes sense in terms of like you talked about margins earlier in the episode. It makes sense that you spent all this capex to put stuff in the sky and it's doing like more useful things. Sidebar, it's always doing something useful from a defense perspective. It's doing more useful things more of the time. So India, I think, are considering or in the process of launching their own service. China are in the process of launching their own LEO service, like 500 kilometer high service. But the economics are at least not going to be as advantageous as a service that has customers all over the planet.
Very good, Badge. It seems like India and China, for the most part, are going to be their own pieces of the puzzle, which takes out about 25% of the world's population doing their own thing. But the rest of the pie is being divided by the contestants we've named. And I want to end this segment with a soundbite from one of the chief analysts and researchers involved in the space mob community at the Cook Report. He's said ASTS was always built for the network operators. SpaceX was always built for itself. And I think that's a good talking point at which to leave this competition piece, because we need and are going to have more than one player.
Great stuff. We're in the back end of the episode. Can you believe it? I don't know how many hours we're in. I can see my beard is growing. Even I don't grow a beard, I can see it's growing on screen. What do we got? What do we got before we get to the finishing line, though, Christoph? What's coming up?
Badge, we need to do a little accounting. We need to actually count some of the dollar bills and talk about how to try to value this thing, because, back of the envelope, $10 a month, this many people, that gets you only so far. But I think we could get a little more technical with, is this a good investment? How do we count the money?
And one thing Christoph and I love to do on all of our episodes when we talk about a company is have a really thorough bull and bear debate. We do try to rip each other's theses apart, because it makes you a better investor to understand the bear case. So they haven't really started the business model. They've made a tiny bit of revenue because they've sold, a few things, but they haven't turned on their core revenue, which is like sharing that $10 times a billion subscribers. And so you have a small number of real things to base evaluation around, and you have a sea of assumptions. And, what do assumptions do? They make an ass out of you and me.
They make a monkey out of me and a badger out of you. Badge, let's talk about the money and the stock price and the valuation of this company. And I want to start with the stock price, ASTS, which shows us where the stock has been trading from inception to today in monthly intervals. And you could see when you look at it that it's quite a volatile looking thing. It has very extreme movements up and down. And there is a significant drawdown followed by significant draw up. Now we've experienced another significant drawdown. The reason I want to start with price and the stock itself, which is not fundamental to the company, is because when you have these wild swings, that means the market itself has not quite figured out what this thing is worth with any amount of confidence. This is a high beta stock, and it's treated by the market as one. There's very little certainty really about how this is all going to play out because of the risks involved across all the pieces of the story. And so I think it's fair to say, Badge, that were we to do a more in-depth valuation analysis using today's numbers and talking about multiples, we'd be talking out of our butts most of the time, and we'd be out of date sooner than later.
Yeah, and for two reasons, really. It is such a fast-moving space. If we try and put numbers in the ground, they're going to be dated within days, really. But another reason also, it's actually, you have to invent a lot of stuff if you want to actually try and value a company like ASTS. It's not like valuing a company like Google or Amazon, where you've got decades of history and real numbers and revenues and margins and expenses, and you've got a track record, and you can actually truly value the company. And you have to use some assumptions, but you can articulate, there's lots of real data points and a few assumptions. If you want to value a company like AST, or arguably SpaceX, well, there aren't many real numbers because they've only been around a little while. And crucially for AST, they're pre-revenue. So they haven't really started the business model. They've made a tiny bit of revenue because they've sold, a few things, but they haven't turned on their core revenue, which is like sharing that $10 times a billion subscribers. And so you have a small number of real things to base evaluation around, and you have a sea of assumptions. And, what do assumptions do? They make an ass out of you and me.
They make a monkey out of me and a badger out of you. But that said, so absolutely correct. Spreadsheet warriors here are, if they're right, it's mostly because they were lucky, I would say, even though it's very sophisticated analysis that they do, but it's heavier on assumption than proof. Okay, that's one point. We do know, however, that AST did guide for about 150 to 250 million in revenue for 26, and that's predominantly because we do know that government contracts are already coming in, and some of the network operators are actually prepaying for service. So there is a trickle. There is a little bit of a there already, but obviously nothing compared to what it will be. In 2027, there is a whisper number that we're going to be looking at $1 billion of revenue, on the assumption, of course, that the constellation is up and running and so on and so forth. Who knows about delays? The other thing I do want to mention too is that we can approximate how much it's going to cost to keep the satellites launching, which is about 22 million per satellite. Then there's the assumption of the full constellation. It's going to be in maintenance capex, call it between 5 and 6 million per year. So there are these basic things you could fill in to say, okay, we're making this much money. It's going to cost us this much money, so on and so forth. But in this moment, applying any kind of legit valuation, I think, is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I agree. There is one, like you touched on there, and we could explore it a little bit, because there are one set of numbers that we do know with certainty. Like, we can look at the company today. It may not be earning any money, but it's certainly spending money. And a way to articulate this is something called the burn rate. It's like, I've got some cash in the bank, essentially, and it might be real cash, or it might be like loans, or it might be, other liquid assets. And I've got that money I can like tap into, and I'm spending it, I'm burning it, and I'm burning it down at a certain rate. And periodically, if the balance sheet gets tight, like if they start to run out of money or the end is in sight, they have to raise money. As a public company, there's lots of ways to raise money, but one of them is they just dilute themselves. They issue more stock. A bit like if you're a government, like printing more money, but you end up in inflation and horrible things. Company does the same thing. It can issue more stock. That brings real dollars onto the balance sheet. They've got cash in the bank that they can then burn to keep going. But it means a shareholder gets diluted. If you owned like 100 shares and they were worth like $50 each, if the company issued like a whole bunch of more stock, you still own 100 shares, but because you own 100 out of a bigger pool of shares, individually your shares are worth a bit less. You got diluted.
Exactly. Now, this is why it caught the market off guard. It referring to the latest capital raise. We're recording this very shortly after AST announced another approximately, I believe it's $1 billion, 1.1 billion. I think they're going to keep something like $1 billion of it, because part of it was used for a cap call. That's a technical thing to make sure that the dilution doesn't start until way higher in the share price. But anyhow, call it $1 billion. So it surprised the market, because AST was on record as saying we are now fully funded, plenty funded to get all of the satellites up in the air. And yet here's another $1 billion of dilution. Stock fell big time, hasn't yet recovered from that. Good question to ask yourselves is really, why do this? Especially when you take into consideration that a lot of the senior people are also diluting themselves. And if you believe that Abel is a genuine good captain of the ship, that cost him a pretty penny. So my answer to that is they did it not out of necessity in the sense of that they would have run out of cash, because I do believe that when you add up the balance sheet, they were telling the truth. they had enough money to get the constellation going and revenue starts coming in, the cash burn goes away. But that this was a more opportunistic moment to take advantage of their aim to legitimately be in pole position and stay there to ensure launch capacity. And who knows what other deals are coming down the pipeline now that Japan is doing the sovereignty thing, Europe and so forth. And so my rebuttal, I don't know if it's a rebuttal exactly to what you were saying. I think with now 4-point-something billion on the balance sheet, even when you look at worst case scenarios of cash burn and unexpected knowns, unknowns, I am not concerned anymore that this is going to be a race to the bottom as it often is in biotech. I legitimately think this is now an execution story, and let's hope the satellites, that the switch turns on approximately near when they were going to say will turn on Q1 of 27. If any of that happens, then I believe we take away the uncertainty that the market currently is pricing this company in terms of, and that the share price, according to my take, is it's going to start projecting those future income streams that are now guaranteed, making the stock price more and more stable and valuable going forward. So what we've seen to have said so far, Badge, is that we are being somewhat cowardly in doing any kind of mathematical approximation because it's just going to make fools of us. That said, I followed this company long enough to know that the bears think it's worth probably zero. I think there's many bears that are saying at some stage of this game, the tech won't work, the competition will eat it, the margins are not what we think they will be, and it's going to be commoditized and the whole investment's just going to explode. So it's a lot closer to where it is now or less. Now, what's fascinating to me is that when you listen to the bulls, they legitimately are making cases that this could be another $1 trillion company. So this is, the market is what? It's bulls and bears, right? Arguing each other. But to have such a wide gap in what this thing is worth, to me, is absolutely fascinating. I can see the rationale for a $1 trillion company when I stack all the layers. You're smirking because you're a natural skeptic and so forth. Hey, you know what? Even if it only gets to 500 million, Monkey's investment is going to be plenty. I'm sorry, 500 billion is going to be plenty happy. So tell me about the smirk.
Well, I mean, it might get to 500 million before it gets to 500 billion, right? That's the smirk. If it just doesn't work, if they can't scale, all the stuff we talked about. Let's have a proper bull and bear debate, and I'm gonna put some stakes in the bull and bear debate, because you and I have done what between us, probably not far off 100 hours of research and prep, and you've got a beautiful website and a tool, and like what these conversations always come down to is the bull and the bear debate, and I get so much value out of the bull and the bear debate when I have it with you. So I am going to be a raging bear on this, even though I own ASTS stock. And it's not a small allocation. It's like 1.5% in my portfolio. If you bull down my bear case, which I'm going to make a strong defense around over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to substantially add to my ASTS position in my real retirement portfolio. So there's some stakes for you.
Yeah, real stakes. All right. So that's next. Coming up. Badger versus Monkey.
I concede. That's it. There's no bear case about this company. Let's back up the truck, load the boat. Nothing can possibly go wrong. There we go. I'm going to double my position. Right.
Ah, brilliant. Okay. And that's a wrap, folks.
Are you really going to stick 8 of your incredibly expensive complex satellites on like a New Glenn and they all end up in the ocean?
You know what? The answer to that is yes, you will, but you're going to watch the launch sweating profusely.
Yeah.
All right, Badge, it's time for the bull versus bear case. And you know what? I had a long list of points I was going to make to get you to come to your senses and drop your skeptical outlook. But I'm going to do you one better, because seemingly as though by miracle, the chief himself, Abel Aviland, dropped a tweet. And I think this tweet is a little bit of a time capsule, because anyone listening to this 6 months from now, 2 years from now, this will be ancient history. But as of right now, I think it encapsulates all the amazing, promising things about this company and where it's headed. July 22nd, 26 tweets, which comes beautifully equipped with 3 photos of Bluebird 8, Bluebird 9, and Bluebird 10 floating out there in space. And for our listeners' pleasure, I'd like to read the entire tweet and then unpack it. So Abel writes, Bluebirds 8, 9, and 10 are now fully deployed to their full size, each the world's largest communications arrays operating in low Earth orbit. We invented a new way to design, manufacture at scale, deploy, and fly lightweight composite stackable architecture combined with the world's largest and most advanced direct-to-device and radar-phased array, with the ability to launch them in groups of 3, 5, 6, or 8 in a single launch. Our Bluebird platform brings together high-performance, space-based cellular broadband with peak data rates approaching 200 megabytes per second, space AI edge computing, and many mission-critical government applications, all on one platform where the largest ever size matters. Bluebirds 11, 12, and 13 are already at the Cape preparing for their imminent launch. Bluebirds 14, 15, and 16 are right behind them. Production has already moved through Satellite 42. All of this is happening in Texas with a little Texas cowboy icon, yeehaw, American flag, signal, globe, emoji. So Badge, let me tell the story as I see it in this moment. Unpack some of these claims. The fact that Bluebirds 8, 9, and 10 made it to space was already known, but I don't think we talked about at length that perhaps the hardest thing is not getting them in space, but it's unpacking a house in zero gravity, making sure all the parts work, which used to take, I believe, with Bluebird 6, it took basically 2 months to confirm that all the parts were working. Now we had 3 of these opening and functioning perfectly within a month of launch in parallel. So I feel relatively confident that, like the space rocket industry, the engineers keep building progress on progress, and this hardest engineering difficulty seems to have been solved. That it's going to get easier and quicker from here on in. So that's massive. The second point is that the production cadence, can they actually make enough of these things, was also as critical as the can we launch them? Because, I mean, really, you're making some of the world's most sophisticated technology, and you're trying to make 45 of them, so that it's that making the machine that makes the machine problem. And this tweet basically ups the number of in production to 42. If the goal is 45 by end of the year, they're looking pretty darn good in terms of the manufacturing at scale piece of the puzzle. Next, let's get a little more technical here. In the lab so far, it's been proven that they could do about 98.9 megabytes per second, but there's been massive engineering progress. And again, in one of these isolated instances, they're approaching 200 megabytes per second. That is obviously way more than anybody even needs. But I don't think I emphasized that the difference between what these satellites can do and other satellites is that this is legit broadband. That's one of the main critiques against Starlink at the moment during this iteration, is that you're kind of mostly getting text that's not even that consistent with very low megabytes per second. But this stuff is legit broadband, 200 megabytes per second. I mean, there's no two ways about it.
I got to jump in because my ears are hurting. If you're an eagle-eared listener, I don't know if I should educate Christoph about his megabits and his megabytes, but one is 8 times.
Educate me. Educate me.
It's 200 megabit per second is still very good. Just stop saying megabytes. It's a much bigger number. Okay.
Thanks, Badge. We're talking about a lot of information, the difference between broadband and non-broadband. And so this is a massive engineering win, and it's due to cleverness of the engineers. Okay. As I read the tweet, you might have missed the fact that Abel also used the word radar. Well, radar is actually a very simple engineering concept. You send the signal, it bounces back. You calculate how quickly it bounced back. From that, you can measure distance and location of objects, and all kinds of other uses come from it. Like, for example, Badge, missile tracking, aircraft tracking, maritime surveillance, perhaps illegal fishing detection, ship identification, disaster monitoring, weather observations, space object tracking, and this is just the beginning. So this is a whole potential industry of applications, which Abel called, quote, many mission critical government applications. As an owner of Planet Labs, that itself is an industry unto itself, all stemming from this word radar. Okay, but he then also said, and no doubt this is very deliberate, space AI edge computing. That points to this idea of orbital platforms, right? And so what does space edge computing mean? I mean, one of these fancy words, but for short, right now, signals have to go from phones to data centers that unpack information and then back out, and that takes time. If you're working on the edge, meaning the AI would live on the satellite, and essentially the compute would be happening right then and there. So you're saving potentially massive bandwidth and not needing to send the signal way down to a data center. You're saving a lot of time. And as soon as you start invoking the military or government applications, right? Imagine the military asks you, are there tanks in this image? The satellite could do it nearly instantaneously. There's a massive difference there. For the military, this is life and death stuff. So it's faster, less info, and so forth. I legitimately think that what's going to happen, Badge, to kind of land my bull case here, is that AST is going to create multiple kinds of constellations that we're experiencing now, the first one, right? This 45 number that says this is primarily a phone problem we're trying to solve, an access problem, and the kind of the commercial side of things with the telephone companies. But we know that these satellites are one of their kind because of their size. They already contain computers, processors, radios, software-defining network components. As soon as, and they just bought or are expanding a massive building next to this original one in order to expand the manufacturing scale, you might ask yourself, why would they need so many more satellites if, in a sense, the 45 are going to give you plenty of coverage? Well, this is the reason, because I think this is just the beginning, and you're going to have multiple kinds of constellations built out sort of in parallel, and AST will become a kind of de facto sovereign enabling, military enabling, computer data center processing station in the sky on top of all the cellular stuff. The moment I ask you, what's all that worth? Right, which is kind of the proof in the pudding, I'm not, as per our money segment, I'm not able to give you a sophisticated model, but my answer in a dumb way is it's going to be worth a lot more than it is today, because it's not easily replicable. It's based on physics. It's so on and so forth. So the progress is being made. we're a little bit behind schedule potentially, but it seems like the scale is ramping, and I couldn't be more enthused at this moment to be a shareholder in this company. Tell me why I'm delusional. Tell me why I'm wrong. Give me the sobering. Sober me up, Badge.
I concede. That's it. There's no bear case about this company. Let's back up the truck, load the boat. Nothing can possibly go wrong. There we go. I'm going to double my position. Right.
Ah, brilliant. Okay. And that's a wrap, folks.
I am going to give you, I know you thought I was going to attack the technology. I'm going to give you all the technology because I think you're right. I think they have proven enough now. And I know my complaints and my bear arguments, thin perhaps as they have been over the last few months, even as a shareholder, like let's be clear, as a shareholder, like I like to exhibit the bear case in the companies I own because it makes me like a realist. It grounds me. I find it quite helpful. I'm going to give you the technology. Like they have launched their stuff. They've unfolded now 4 of the biggest satellites. That seems to work, seems to be reliable. They seem to be able to keep them in orbit. Like there is a bit of like proof in the pudding, but that'll take years to manifest. Maybe the only bit they haven't really proven is at scale, thousands of subscribers with the handoff, all that stuff working. But
millions of subscribers.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, hundreds of millions of subscribers,
Yes.
Billions of subscribers, actually,
Yes,
billions
yes.
of subscribers. So, yeah, I don't even need to go there. There are so many other aspects to the bear case that don't depend on like kicking the technology. Let me take you through some of them, and some of these might be unfounded, right? I might be barking at ghosts. I don't know because I don't know this company really well. It's a small allocation for me. So let me walk you through some of them and then hopefully you can dismantle them all. And then I did say there are real stakes, and I genuinely have not made a decision whether I want to increase my position in ASTS. I doubt we come out of this and I sell. That's probably not on the table. I think I do want some exposure to a company like this, if only to hedge.
Oh my God. That would be the most ironic outcome of this 6-hour deep dive. And
yeah. But so I think I'm not selling. I'm keeping what I've got, but it's a small allocation. The question is, am I going to increase it? And so this conversation is literally going to inform that. Right. I think. So we talk about through what feels like the last 20 hours, we've talked about all these partnerships they have, and that's going to give them access to so much of the world. And we looked at the map, and we, the millions of subscribers they're just going to inherit. I think what they actually have, like they've got that in the US, I believe, because there's been a lot of conversations with various regulatory authorities like the FCC. I think outside the US, what they have are like agreements, commercial agreements with companies like Vodafone. Let's focus on Europe because it is like a big geography with lots of countries. Europe's quite complex and it's quite heavy regulatory burden in most industries. I don't think ASTS actually has permission from the different country by country, like FCC equivalents across like Germany, France, the UK, Spain, etc. They've just got these commercial agreements. And what I think they need to do is, through their commercial partners, Vodafone on their behalf, probably need to get permission for this, like this satellite in space, and these, it's going to be like slightly different. They've got like the frequency ranges, like the megahertz that they know they're allowed to use. But, like the conversation we had about Starlink breaking the rules a little bit with like a bit of interference where, they agreed we're going to have so many decibels of noise on our, within these frequency ranges, and they got the paperwork all agreed and like the industry agreement, and then they broke it. We're yet to have the Spanish telecoms authority approve the specific technology that ASTS is using. Is that true?
Badge, I think the short answer is that AST is working with a European joint venture.
Yeah.
Right? Called, what's it called? It used to be called SATCO. It's now called Satellite Connect Europe.
Yep.
And my understanding is, and it could be partial here, is that Europe is doing the same exact thing that Japan is doing. They're saying we cannot, under any circumstances, rely on someone like Musk. We are a heavily regulated, independent conglomeration with lots of complexity. So we're pooling our resources together. We're calling ourselves Europe.
Yeah.
And we're going in with AST so we could protect our sovereignty like Japan is, and that will, as a conglomerate body, weave through the thickets of regulatory hurdles. And so to my mind, actually, what you were saying is in the bull case, because that's already underway and fully unfolding. So in my mind, when I think of this, I think AST has in fact locked up North America and Europe and Japan, and it's the other places that are more uncertain.
Okay, good. And I'd read about that JV, the joint venture also. I don't know how far along they are. So I think that is the right structure for Europe because it is so fragmented. But there's still some hurdles to jump over before they could start to scale out. And I gather it is like pulling teeth trying to get these types of permissions in Europe.
Yeah, I would agree that's probably a nasty regulatory hassle. But I think when I think of it from the other side, at this point, they have no, maybe that's too naive to say they have no other choice. But when you see, it's the history lesson from Ukraine, when they see why Japan selected AST, I mean, actually, I think Europe preceded the Japan news. So I think the writing to me is on the wall. They're going forward with this because there's no other option.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, let's talk about distribution then. See, they've got these partnerships with these massive operators all around the world that gives them distribution, essentially buys them, the billions of customers, end customers with phones in their hands. These agreements are revocable. They're non-exclusive. This is, in some ways, could be some of these telecoms companies kind of hedging. I know they don't have another good option today, but ASTS doesn't have its full constellation. It'll be some time. They're behind schedule, and it'll be some time before that's up and operational. At the same time, Starlink V3 is rolling out, and who knows what their future model is, despite the fact that they bought Spectrum. Because don't forget, ASTS also bought Spectrum. Maybe some future version of the Starlink T-Mobile alliance comes together, and actually Starlink becomes commercially quite attractive to a Vodafone or an AT&T. Maybe not a Rakuten if they have such a deep kind of relationship between like the leadership of those two companies, but perhaps some of the other partners walk. They don't fulfill their side of those contracts because ASTS takes just too long, or the commercial terms aren't quite right.
Badge, let me exceed one point. We know in this industry anything could happen. It's capitalism at its finest. T-Mobile joined ranks with Elon only to find out Elon's going to go his own way. And so betrayal and backstabbing and all that is entirely possible. For everything else you said, I want to go on record and say I legitimately think that is a very weak bear case. And it's in part because of everything else we've said. There's too much at stake, even in questions of sovereignty, where even if, and not needing a monopoly or not wanting there to be a monopoly and knowing what Starlink is doing, meaning they're in it for their own network, that even if, let's say, the commercial pricing gets somehow more competitive, we know from studying other businesses that it doesn't always make sense to go for the cheaper or perhaps even the best. The relationships, the network, the larger ecosystem locks people in. And at this point, it's true. The satellites are not yet up there. Haven't, in fact, we're on number 10 or 11. But these relationships that AST has been forming have already been unfolding for years, even before the actual execution stage that's happening now. It could be a failure of my imagination. I just can't imagine after execution happens 6 months from now, all of these multi-billion-dollar relationships and contracts, all of a sudden they say, nope, let's switch to the other guy.
Okay, fair. But let's talk execution then. Let's not forget, it's not just that deployment is slow. I know it's picking up pace, but it's way behind schedule. Like the original plan quite recently was to have 45 of these tennis court size satellites in orbit by the end of this year. There's no way on earth they hit that timeline now. But also that schedule is hostage to a competitor, and, New Glenn, Blue Origin haven't managed to come to the party and be effective. So they're really dependent on SpaceX. And I know we've said SpaceX need to play nice for regulatory reasons, but doesn't mean they'll be successful with everything, or doesn't mean that they have to allocate every bit of spare capacity to AST. So it's what is the realistic timeline now for having the actual enough of a constellation in orbit that they can start to offer commercial services?
Yeah, this is, I think, the strongest part of the bear case. Because anytime you rely on somebody else, that said, I think when we're listening to this 2 years from now, or even a year from now, this part of the argument will also seem quaint. I believe that, like any construction project, things never ever go on time or get finished at cost. However, my money is that they finished the 45 in the first quarter of 27. So let's call that a 3-month delay from the initial timeline, which not great, but 3 months in the long scheme of things is not that long a period. But let's say it's even worse than that. Let's say more rockets blow up. Let's say Elon goes rogue and says, nope, no more launches for you. We know right now that there are multiple different rocket companies that are setting up shop and are getting ready. The fact that Abel mentioned 8 at a time, that's 4 launches. Now that I believe is Blue Glenn. New Glenn, Blue Origin. And they just blew up, but from everything I know at the moment, they're going to be back on their feet at the beginning of 27. So one more launch, right? They get 8 up at a time. That gets them there definitely by first half of 27. Because of the raising, the funds they just raised, we know they have the cash to withstand any even further delays after that. So bottom line, Badge, yes, this is a danger point. A year from now, I don't see it.
Maybe. But if they do become more dependent on Blue Origin, Blue Origin, trashed Bluebird 7, I think. Was that the one that was misdeployed into the wrong orbit?
Yeah.
Are you really going to stick 8 of your incredibly expensive complex satellites on a New Glenn and they all end up in the ocean?
You know what? The answer to that is yes, you will, but you're going to watch the launch sweating profusely.
Yeah, you are. And I think there was some smoke and mirrors around that. So I gather the company said that the costs, the Bluebird 7 was $160 million loss, I think, which is not unsubstantial even given the company's balance sheet. And evidently it was insured. But if you dig into the company filings, I understand the insurance, it was insured for like $30 million, which is like, I guess it must be, some aspect of the manufacturing cost or the raw materials or something, but not like the economic cost, the full economic cost of the company. And if they do have like a failure, even maybe for Falcon 9 or Starship, where they've got 8 of these things, that's a massive, massive setback.
That would be a massive setback. No question about that. Again, strong point. I don't see it nonetheless terminating the ramp. I imagine if something like that happened, if say 8 of them blew up, I could easily see the stock falling 40% for sure. But let's for a second zoom out a little bit, because we're stuck in this moment. We're right in this is the Tesla ramp all over again, right? Where it's like the weeks count. I still want to be on the record and say, if you're watching this 2 years from now and it's 2028 and they've overcome all these hurdles with delays, with even potential additional blowups, but already we have enough of these things in the sky, the revenue they're going to be getting from that one constellation will enable all the future rocket launches, because they'll have so much money to throw at it. They're going to be, the money at the high margins that's going to be coming in is going to be stupidly vast. And, at one point, they would be like, what else do we do with this? We solved the engineering, we solved this, and, we solved so many of these problems. I think they're going to throw it at the launch problem. And they'll find a way to keep increasing the constellations. So to me, it's not a if, it's a when. And if it takes too long, the stock's going to suffer for longer than investors would like. But
I think you're making some fairly wild assumptions about how quickly and the extent to which revenue will start flooding in, and like they won't be able to get into the office because they'll have to climb over like bags of money. Like the reality is today they're essentially zero revenue. They make adjacent revenue, but it's not from the core business. And there's quite a few. We used your revenue calculator tool on the website at wallstreetwildlife.com. If you go search for ASTS, we used your revenue calculator, and even like pessimistic assumptions, and you dial all the dials back to like the lowest numbers, it's still like $1 billion of revenue a year, pretty much. But let's just be realists, bearish for a minute about that. Like the attach rate, like what percentage of customers actually are going to want satellite connectivity? Like maybe full fiber. I talked about full fiber and being really keen to get it in the UK. Maybe that's actually a good indicator. I don't know. Like I'm going to shoot from the hip. I don't know what the stats are on take up of full fiber in the UK or in the US. Most people probably don't care. I've got a ton of friends with young kids, or their kids were young, let's say 10, 15 years ago, and technology was a little bit different. And I always kind of ask them the question, because I was like, I've always been like the techie guy. And I'm like, we're going to go to this thing, and we do like a weekend away. What have you ever thought about putting like a tracker in the kid's shoe or something? So if they get lost, we can go find them, or do they have phones? And like the parents in my circle have been quite resistant to that. I don't know why. Like it's easy to do. Today, quite a lot of most of the kids have mobile phones. Most of them use something called Life 360, so they can see in real time where the whole family members are. But maybe even the parents that did that are kind of a bit more techie than the average. Maybe parents don't want to track their kids. That might sound a bit stupid, but like obviously they want to keep them safe. But there is like an element of trust and everything else. But maybe if it's even beyond that, like maybe they just don't want to give their kids like a mobile phone, right? And so the argument for like everyone's gonna buy this because it's only a couple of bucks a month. Like I could argue with the couple of bucks a month. I think the most customers will want to pay substantially less than $10 a month as an add-on, like my whole mobile contract, which is pretty robust and gives me most of the world, is like £20 a month. So say $30, 28, $30. And that gives me mobile access in like most countries apart from bits of Asia and Andorra, as it turned out from a motorcycle trip. Do I want to like increase that by 25 or 30% just to have like this useful add-on? Well, honestly, apart from like 10 minutes here and there, I don't remember that many occasions where I literally have had no signal, like really in the wilds on a motorbike trip. But maybe then I want to be away, I want to be disconnected, and that's like a feature, not a bug. So like I'm rambling a bit, but maybe the attach rate is a lot lower than we're assuming, so less customers take it up. Maybe the price customers are willing to pay is a lot lower. And I think that will be the case in Europe compared to the US, because I think you guys get hosed on your mobile phone contracts and they're much cheaper here. Yeah.
All right, Badge. I don't buy this. I don't think two main points. I think the attach rate does not need to be everybody. We know that. So to your point, some people are not interested. But the way you reframe this, I think, it's inaccurate. I think this service will be a lot closer to what we now consider to be house insurance, car insurance. It's not like the luxury quotient. It's like the internet. I can't imagine the majority of humanity going back to, I don't want a mobile phone. And then if it's a question of life and death, again, you only need to use it once a year for it to have been worth the entire cost of the subscription. The one day you get stuck somewhere is worth the $120 you would be paying for that year. So when you frame it as not nice to have, but must have, again, remember that little scenario I painted. Mama Badger says, honey, you did pay for our daughter's subscription because she's going camping wherever. And you say no because I wanted to save $120. You're going to be sleeping in the Badger house. But
let me just clarify something that I think could be quite important on this argument. Like, it doesn't erode your, like, the daughter and Mama Badger being angry. There is no daughter in my world, but it's a cat. The cat doesn't use a phone. I'm pretty sure this is true globally. On my Android phone today, I have satellite availability, even though I have no contracts and but I can't phone like my wife and I can't phone you. All I can do with that satellite connectivity is send like an emergency text to like the European version of 911. And so when ASTS are up, they'll be part of that infrastructure. Like today, it's probably like Global Star or some other old legacy thing. So if I want to, like, I'll be able to do a video call with the cops and I didn't have to pay any like fee for that, but I can only call the emergency services. So, if it's my own safety, that's probably good enough. Like I broke my leg, I'm in a mountain somewhere, I'm like in the wild, send a helicopter. That's like my rescue. And that didn't cost me anything. That just came for free.
Yeah. I get that. I think, maybe we need to, if I exceed that, maybe thread the needle this way. I think that the network operators are going to be crafty with this. It's their entire business line. They have all these pricing tiers, premium plans. They're going to incentivize people. They're going to run marketing campaigns. They're going to say whatever, spin it for only $5 more. You could get, Netflix in your cabin in the boonies, whatever. And I guess this is the divergence. I'm going to say it's going to be more successful than not. But here's the other piece, I think, of your bear argument. The no revenue now is it's not no revenue. They're getting some prepayments and they're getting some minor contracts. But to your point first, until it's in hand, it doesn't exist. However, we know that the U.S. government is setting up billions and billions in funds for the Golden Dome project, for all things next generation military defense and so forth. And we already know that AST is sitting at those tables. So kind of, and I'm going to stretch this a little bit because I don't know what I don't know. You don't know, like it's still a mystery. But kind of like Palantir, their stock shot up the way it did because they're they're working with the government and nothing's disclosed, but we know it's happening, right? Or did, like at that inflection point. The money's going to start coming in from these prepayments and from the government side of things way before or at the same time or in parallel as the commercial side. And that itself could be enough of a market cap justifying venture. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. And it's a good job you've got that, because if the money doesn't start flowing soon, well, we all just got diluted recently, and that dilution's going to continue to run, and it's going to be ugly. And like that's compounding, working against shareholders. I think we probably got more dilution in the pipeline. What do you think about that?
Well, the dilution question now is a little dicey because AST was on record as saying no more dilution. And then last week we got another about billion, right?
Yeah. And the leadership team sold, some of them sold just before that.
Yeah, though that actually is a very minor consideration for me. They're very shareholder aligned. So I don't care about that. Again, why did they dilute now after already having a lot on the balance sheet? It's because the opportunities are so massive in front of them, so it's going after all of it. And also, let's remember, Badge, that the terms of this last dilution are incredibly favorable. We're not actually going to get diluted until the stock is at 142, I believe. Right now, it's about, as of yesterday, $60 or something like that. So that's over 100% gains from here when the dilution hits because they bought those capped calls. So will there be future dilution? Probably, as you said. But at this point, with $4 billion on the balance sheet, they went over and above, I think, what was needed for safety purposes. So I want to say again, maybe naively, the worst part of the dilution monster is now fully disclosed, and they're working from a position of surplus rather than need.
Okay, fair enough. But they don't have deep pockets compared to most of their competition. Like if we just remind ourselves who the competitors are, like SpaceX has essentially unlimited money because investors just were throwing money at it when it was private. And now it's like the devaluation is on the decline, but it's still in the trillions. Amazon and Bezos is backing Blue Origin, and that guy's, he wants to win the rocket race, so he's just going to throw his wealth at that company, and it'll have all the money it needs. You've got Rocket Lab, who are a marginally bigger competitor, but they've now bought their own constellation or their own Iridium, which comes with spectrum and some satellites they're going to make use of. So in some ways, ASTS is the poor cousin in that out of those four, and who else knows who comes along next.
So let's eat some of our own cooking there, Badge. Remember the graveyard? And this is where I'm myself most uncertain about the importance of patents and the how much of this stuff can be protected. But in the graveyard, we said that there were massive amounts of money that was incinerated because the money was not enough. It was the physical architecture that was missing. It was the market product fit that was missing, so on and so forth. It seems to me the bull case here is that you could have all the money you want, Amazon, right? If we, ASTS, solve the rocket launch problem, which we seem to be solving, then because of our patents, because of our physics, because of our engineering, if some of that or enough of that holds up in court, then what are you going to do? You're gonna have $100 billion war chest, But if we know humans need or don't want a monopoly, and we want, say, at least 2 or 3, then the money's going to have nowhere to go, in a sense, after the network has been established. So your point is important, or maybe let me say it this way. I think your point would be more important if AST was actually starting this journey sort of at the same time as Amazon and Elon's companies, then we're in trouble. But they're years ahead. They're not going to run out of money. I see a world in which, yes, this market is so huge, it's going to be divided into, let's say, 3 main options. And the money's going to help the big boys set up their own, but it's not going to interfere with AST. But again, this is a great, but the patent stuff that I keep raising, I imagine, I mean, again, call me naive, but I imagine like a company doesn't file 3,900 patents and make, such a massive case about all that if they're worthless. And from everything I know from the biotech world, company fortunes live and die on being able to protect, that the integrity of their solutions. So I'm making an assumption here, correct me if I'm wrong, listeners, that some of that will really keep holding up or hold up when it's needed to hold up, and money can't fix those problems for the other companies.
So, sort of maybe. Like I'm not equipped with numbers to really knock that down as a bull case, but I suppose they're the only ones pursuing these like giant satellites as far as we know today with the unfolding. And like really all of their patents could be just tied to that mechanism or something about having like the giant tennis court size satellite. And those patents just may not be that relevant in terms of defending their technical approach. If the competitors all have got like thousands of satellites as opposed to 45. We don't. You and I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know enough about that.
Yeah. That's fair. Let's talk. Okay. I'm nearly at the end of my bear arguments, so keep your wits about you. There is a question around governance, and I'm a little bit unclear here what's actually happened. So they spent like a modest amount of money on this Legato Spectrum that they bought. And up until now, in the conversation we've had, it's like, oh, what an incredible bargain. But it hasn't proven to be a bargain so far, because I understand like the thing they bought is now in legal dispute. So really where we are right now, I think ASTS are paying essentially $80 million a year in like minimum payments for something that they may or may not own because it's kind of contested. So and they can't use it anyway because they don't have like the permissions for that right now. So that might be like a chain around their neck as opposed to a benefit.
Correct. If that doesn't go through, that's a massive lost opportunity for AST. It's not a thesis breaker. Doesn't kill the thesis. It's just what would make AST even more powerful, competent, more lanes on the highway, more possible use cases. All of that would be taken off the table. The company would still proceed with everything else they have and built, including other parallel constellations. But no question, if the regulatory stuff breaks that deal, that would be a bad day for AST.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna bring the bear home with a comment that might tee up the next segment, because I know you want to talk about the community and the space mob and like the very, very good work that a number of folk are doing to really understand this company. Like the community itself might be a risk factor, not a benefit, not a feature. Like even the term, like they call themselves the space mob, that's quite affectionate. But what it really means is you've got this like heavy retail focus, almost like cult-like. I'm not in, these communities, you know better than me, but almost cult-like sort of sentiment around the stock. And what that does is it amplifies the volatility in both directions, and like the sort of motivated reasoning can mask deteriorating fundamentals with narrative for longer than is healthy. So, and then when like the numbers and like the broken thesis potentially hits, like that will unwind violently and fast if the story cracks and if the sentiment turns against the company. So, you know, high informed retail ownership, like that's sticky until it isn't.
Yeah, this is fascinating, Badge. You know, live by the sword, die by the sword. You have to be very careful as an investor when you get involved in anything even resembling groupthink. Fascinating fact, though, right now, the short interest on AST is extraordinarily high. So you have this space mob basically advocating in the bullish sense, and yet at the same time, partly because of the SpaceX IPO and the hedging going around, but this is a company that is like a very tightly coiled spring in this moment, despite the advocacy stuff. However, you're right. If things go wrong, the downside gets accentuated as the upside when things do go right. But maybe this is a good time for me to shout out to a couple members of the space mob that I think over the last years have really made this conglomerate happen. There's one guy on here, I would affectionately call him the leader that started this all. He wrote something called the Kook Report. You could find him on X at the Kook Report. He's the one that created the initial document, multi-page document that laid out the bull case. And he runs a weekly recap of all the comings and goings of the company. Very learned about all the ins and outs. There's another guy who seems to be an institutional grade sort of insider of Wall Street, knows how the hedge funds and institutions work. On Panman, he's also, you know, going to the launches and very active, very good bullish analysis. And I want to do a special shout out also to an engineer who is anonymous, posts as a Catsy, and does all the heavy lifting, explaining all the technical engineering accomplishments of this company. Just those three themselves, I think, are worth paying attention to in terms of what the fundamentals say, from institutional and gathering the info and analyzing it and so forth. You'll learn a lot. I learned a stupid amount following those guys for a long time. But then you have somebody like King Tut Cap, who is much more like, I think, what you're calling out, like a bullish advocate from the, I don't think he's pumping and dumping the stock. I think he's just being incredibly vocal about the possibilities. You know, and he'll tweet things like no one is bullish enough, and then citing the Netflix comparison that, you know, they're 500 billion for 300 million subs at 30% margins. They have no moat, right? Compare that to AST, only 25 billion, right? At this tiny valuation, what's it going to be when you have higher margins in the space, you know? And you got to take that stuff, to your point, with a grain of salt and be careful, because the points you're making could happen unexpectedly. But all in all, this is a community that is incredibly well educated, and as a community, we run a community at Wall Street Wildlife. I have not participated in any of their events, but they are people that are meeting in real life, going to the launches together, learning from one another. I believe they're being in part hosted by AST itself, right? Or hosted, I mean, like I believe the leaders of this community are in dialogue with the C-suite and saying, let's all meet at Cape Canaveral and let's all, have breakfast together and let's watch this stuff unfold together. To me, in the end, this is a strength, not a weakness net, because we're no longer dealing with mere pump and dump people, of which there are a lot in other ex-communities. To me, this is a legit group of people with immense amount of world experience under their belts. So as long as you're careful and you're not sucked into the hoopla, follow the community, join it, and I think you'll learn a stupendous amount.
Yeah, I'd follow a couple of those guys on X, and you're right, they're really good. And actually, it intimidated me coming into this 7-hour something episode, because every time I saw a tweet, I'm like, there's so much I don't know about AST, the company, and the technology, and where it's positioning. So, yeah, you'll get if you want to really get into the weeds, you'll get a ton out of following those accounts.
And who knows? I mean, to me, maybe this is a good way to wrap this show, Badge. This is where I alluded to Star Wars as metaphor of sorts that we are in fact dealing with space. There is a war around spectrum. This is literally cutting edge technology that involves AI and defense and the way we communicate with the largest operators in the world. I mean, this is like the story in many ways. Add rockets into it, rockets that blow up, into it. If you want to follow a real world Star Wars narrative unfolding before your eyes, there's no better company or set of companies to follow right now, it seems to me, than AST versus SpaceX versus whatever Blue Origin is doing or going to do, because it's thrilling. And it's thrilling for, I think, a good reason. They legitimately are trying to solve a problem that is life and death in some instances, that is life altering in other instances, that does have to do potentially with, do you get a good signal on the cruise ship? But all kinds of other things, like helping firefighters fight fire after a cell tower has gone down. So, for my money, why watch a soap opera when you could just tune in to to the daily, updates via the Space Mob and via the company itself on what happened today? What kind of evil machinations have unfolded today? And, as investors, we're sort of making a pitch here. You could potentially, this is not financial advice, but if things do go well for this company, from this valuation of about $25 billion, this could really become one of the world's most important and valuable companies, or it could end up in the graveyard alongside all the others that have tried to solve this problem and were not able to. My money personally at the moment, as one of my largest holdings, or my largest holdings at the moment in the King of the Jungle portfolio, is ASTS. What are you doing now? I know we sort of say it it's a little bit of a, structural jest for the podcast, but you have now done an immense amount of work. We've talked about this for a long time. You're cautious, I think, at core, especially where you are at the life cycle of your life as an investor. You're leaning more towards the dividend stuff and, safety. I'd be shocked if all of a sudden you said, yeah, I'm increasing this to 10%. That would just be very unbadger-like. But net, which direction are you leaning? Add, stay the course, or sell?
I took sell off the table, and I don't need to put it back on the table. I don't need to sell this position. You say, you characterize me a bit as a dividend guy. I'm not. I'm a growth investor through and through. I've got, 3% of my entire portfolio in income stocks. And I know I need to increase that because I'm an old guy, but that's not where I am right now. I enjoy the technology and the spacey stuff. I don't own enough ASTS. I should probably own more. I think I made a decent run at the bear case, and I think I understand it. And there are hurdles, and probably what I've turned around on in the last 2 weeks since we really got into like planning. We've been planning this episode 6 months ago, but we've really put some effort around it in the last 2 weeks. And I went from like an uninformed bear case, which was mostly about the technology, and I now buy actually that they're a long way past most of the technology milestones. I think I now have a more informed bear case, which is more about the business. We didn't really get into the numbers and the valuation, but we will do that if you follow the podcast, because we are reviewing all of our stocks regularly, and we'll come back and we'll actually do it won't be 7 hours, it'll be like 20 minutes where we really unpack the numbers, because something like this changes so fast. It's almost like it would date the episode too quickly if we really tried to get into the nuances of the valuation, but we do that on the pod. So I think there are real problems ahead, but they're business problems, regulatory problems. I characterize competition as being a challenge, but actually I don't really believe that's a material challenge. Like you're right, they are further ahead than we think. And even if Starlink come up with something quite incredible in terms of direct to sell with their latest gen, like they're probably still a long way behind on that. They might catch up quick, but we're going to see it coming. So it's not correct that I have such a small allocation to ASTS in my portfolio. So I am going to add.
Oh, I did not see that. I did not see that coming, Badge. That's that's the long, dramatic twist after doing all this work. Really, I did not expect that you would come to that conclusion. I think let's wrap this up with maybe, for me, the highest level summary. There's immense number of catalysts coming up. And this is what makes following this story so interesting and exciting. We have all the launches, which, by the way, you could watch live on YouTube, or you could go to Florida when it happens from Florida to experience them. I do plan on doing that one of these days, actually, when I'm back in the States. And then you have all the regulatory things unfolding. You have the potential alignment with T-Mobile, which could happen literally any day now. You have all the defense Golden Dome contracts awarded. You have Japan, officially saying we're in. We have the next generation of the blocks continuing to be engineered forward. We have whatever's going to happen with Amazon and stacking these more and more and solving the launch problem and the cadence problem. There's so much to follow here, right? But overall, from my perspective, you have spectrum is the new form of oil argument, right? There's only so much of it. AST is aligned to control a huge amount. They're also not fighting the customers. They're aligned with the customers, with the networks, with the majority in the world are partnered allies with AST. All the regulation stuff, right, that we've been talking about, it was only a few months ago that AST got the supplemental coverage from space agreement, where the regulatory body said you are now commercially licensed to use these signals from space to make money off of it. That's never happened before, right? We have all the engineering stuff that's been at play here for decades. We have the largest, chip maker, TSMC, making these really sophisticated ASIC chips on the satellites, kind of like NVIDIA started doing, right, when they got proprietary around the switch from CPUs to GPUs. Right. And then we have all the personnel involved, from the highest ranks of banking to regulatory bodies, the Googles, the AT&Ts, all seemingly drifting toward ASTS. So, there's that old adage, slowly and then all at once. Right. And right now, if things go well, it feels like we're crossing that chasm of the valley of doom and the bones, and starting to peak upward. Fingers crossed, more rockets not blowing up.
Yeah, like the story has changed. And I guess next year is now the key year, 2027 for the company. And the question is flipping from, can they build it to can they bill for it? Which, that was like the crux of my bear case.
So, right, after talking for 7 hours or whatever this is, post edit, we said this story really started with a phone call. A scientist all of a sudden tells Abel that something that couldn't be done can be done.
Yeah, and like a call from Texas to Japan that made history through AT&T's core network that made it official.
Right, and there was that bonus funny line in, how one of the scientists gets paid. If the phone call works, you're going to get paid.
And I suppose the story ends, or the next chapter of the story comes with another phone call, and it's where we started. It hasn't happened yet, but somewhere on a 2-lane road in Wyoming, 60 miles from the nearest cell phone tower, it's like someone's going to dial 911 and the phone's going to ring.
Right. And so everything you heard listening to our show, from the graveyard to the physics to all the dilution and the court fights and exploding rockets, is about whether when that 911 call is dialed, will it connect?
Just another phone call. And that's the one this whole thing was for.
A reminder that the people on this program may hold positions in the companies that are mentioned. Buying and selling stock carries financial risk, which could include loss of capital. The views in this program should not be taken as personalized advice. Before acting on any of the information provided, listeners are encouraged to consult a financial or tax professional.